we start with the session today. So, good morning, one and all. I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to all the participants, panel members, and to all our viewers to the JSW Challenge 2023. Thank you for taking out your time for your busy schedules. So, before we begin, I'd like to introduce all our esteemed panel members. So, on our panel today, we have Mr. Nikhil Kulkarni, Digital Sustainability and Energy COE Lead, JSW Steel. He is a digitalization leader with focus on leveraging technology for sustainable future and energy transition. He has experience in implementing end-to-end turnaround strategy to commercialization, multiple success stories with publication and patents in progress, globally recognized by leading emerging professional communities. He's currently looking after digital sustainability and energy COE at JSW. Next in a panel, we have Mr. Prakash Sappa. He currently serves as a Senior Vice President and Zonal Head for the Steel and Mills Zone at JSW, BPSL. Possessing a Master of Business Administration and Finance and an Executive MBA in Operations, he brings a wealth of expertise to the steel industry. With a background in mechanical engineering, he has secured 4 patents and demonstrated exceptional leadership and innovation in various facets of this industry, with focus on debottlenecking and operational excellence. He has been a key figure in leading critical projects that have not only redefined industry standards, but also highlighted his capacity to guide teams towards sustained excellence and innovation. His contributions highlight a significant impact at JSW Steel, illustrating his adeptness in navigating and excelling in the complex and challenging environments. So next in a panel, we have Sai Rama Krishna, Vice President, Head Iron Zone, Business Excellence and Sustainability, JSW Steel. He has completed his MS in Manufacturing Management and a certification program from IIM Kozhikode in LEAP Strategic Management Program for Senior Professionals. He got selected twice for Future Fit Leadership Program and completed JSW Cornell Future Fit Leadership Program from Cornell University. He has introduced many process innovations in Iron Zone, which led to significant quality improvements and cost reduction. As the head of business excellence, introduced many systems like policy management, daily management, and employee engagement to improve the quality and learning culture in JSW Salem. He is a Six Sigma belt holder, played a vital role in TQM implementation and winning prestigious Deming Award for JSW Salem. He enriched the risk management process at JSW Salem, and he is a spoke for risk management between corporate and JSW Salem. So that's it for our panel. And thank you all of the judges for taking out time from your busy schedules and joining us here. So without any further ado, I'd now call the first team for the day, Team Ambush from XLRI Jamshedpur.
Hello everyone. Is my screen visible?
Yes, visible. You can start.
Sure. So, as of this moment, that is 10:03 a.m., while some of us are in our schools and colleges in a world of endless possibilities, some of us are in offices, plants, gymnasiums, making their mark, and while some of us are at their homes, creating memories. But what is the common element across all of them? Well, that is steel. It has seen the human change over the years, but it has also seen the nature change for the worse. But now, steel wants to come out from the shadows from being just a silent sidekick to actively contribute in not just walking right beside us throughout our transformation journey, but also actively contribute to a more sustainable future. So here we are, Team Ambush, with the solution to the problem of how to make steel contribute to a sustainable future through the best technology out there.
Starting with the market overview, I wanted to highlight a certain numbers which reflect the enormity of the steel industry. The Ministry of Steel in its policy of 2017 projected the steel capacity at 300 million tons till 2030 and a per capita increase in the consumption of steel from 60 kgs to 160 kg. Digitization and the use of technology has been at the forefront of growth in all the aspects of the industry. Employees all over the world have been showing a positive acceptance to the introduction of AI in their day-to-day jobs, with 81% people believing that AI has been helpful in their job performance and overall work experience, and a staggering 83% to delegate as much of their duties possible to AI. Now, coming to the use of AI and digitization in the manufacturing of steel, one can observe a greater than 5% reduction in the raw material cost and more than 15% increase in the yield of steel. A 25% in the reduction in defect rates have been observed with the training of machine learning models in the various parts of the value chain. Digitalization has been used as a step ahead towards and sustainability and operational efficiency. A 10% cut in the energy requirements by digitization in the buildings has led to a real-time data collection and improved operational efficiency. Lastly, the world has been collectively taking measures to curb the greenhouse gas emissions from the steel manufacturing, and the use of green hydrogen gas has been one such measure, with a study showing that 37% industrialists are willing to pay a premium for the green steel produced using such a process. Therefore, to stay a leader in this very competitive industry, which is governed by strict norms, it is the duty of the company to always welcome innovations with open arms. Next slide, please.
In the evolving realm of steel, AI emerges as a transformative force, promising a robust supply chain, predictive maintenance, quality assurance, safer workplaces, and optimized energy use. Recent research reflects a significant shift towards a more efficient and eco-friendly steel industry. However, integrating AI faces hurdles due to entrenched industry practices, skill gaps, and data security concerns. Leading players like Tata Steel and SAIL navigate these challenges, emphasizing sustainability and quality improvement. Looking at AI's real-world applications, in the world of steel, AI emerges as visionary, foreseeing flame temperatures, optimizing carbon efficiency, and choreographing processes like coke dry quenching. As steel refines, AI anticipates quality, tactfully reducing phosphorus. In shaping, it executes real-time strategies, flawlessly detecting surface nuances in finishing. Beyond, it predicts electrical harmonies, forecasting environmental scores. AI's role is a symphony guiding each production stage with precision, aiming for a sustainable end goal. Now, let's look at the various use cases of Gen AI in the steel industry. Firstly, picture a steel plant where every nuance, every fluctuation, and every chemical balance is not just monitored, but predicted with unprecedented accuracy. This is the realm of quality control and defect detection powered by Gen AI. Through continuous data analysis, it doesn't just spot irregularities, it uncovers the subtle patterns that precede them. Imagine the advantage of receiving immediate alerts, allowing operators to address issues before they escalate. It's not just about quality control. It's about a proactive and evolving system that refines itself, ensuring that defects are not just corrected, but predicted and prevented. Moving on to the second use case, maintenance in the steel industry evolves into an anticipation game with Gen AI. By leveraging historical data and real-time sensor insights, AI predicts the optimal timing for crucial equipment maintenance. This strategic approach minimizes downtime, optimizing equipment lifespan. Like a symphony conductor, AI provides precision cues to maintenance team, ensuring equipment performs in harmony with optimal efficiency. Now, moving on to third use case, let's talk about the heartbeat of any industry, energy. Imagine a system that dynamically adjusts energy usage in real time, optimizing operations from furnace activities to lighting and HVAC systems. This isn't just about cutting cost, it's sustainable stride towards reducing the environmental footprint, showcasing that economic prudence and ecological responsibility can dance hand in hand. As the curtains rise on these AI-driven changes, their impact reverberates across financial, customer-centric, operational, and supply chain dimensions. Now let's move on to the next slide.
Every industry is different. However, there are certain factors that plague almost every industry, and steel industry is no such exception. The first being the wastewater. Well, India being a country where water is so imperative because there is scarcity in so many regions, an industry like steel which uses water in almost all of the processes, it becomes really crucial to manage it. Well, there is a two-step process for it. The first one is the optimal water usage. So here, you have to basically constantly monitor the entire processes and redesign the water distribution network to make sure that the optimal quantity and quality of water reaches that exact point where it is required. Also, we need to constantly monitor the quality of water so that after the threshold point, it can be recycled and leverage the framework of 3R effectively. The second key aspect is the water recovery. Did you know that there is an abundance of non-freshwater sources out there? But how to capitalize on that? Well, here comes the advantage of reverse osmosis technology, which allows us to remove the minerals and salts and use the water adequately in the steel manufacturing processes and thus mitigate the dependency on the freshwater sources. The second key factor is the greenhouse gas emissions. And the steel industry is a major contributor to this with approximately 7%. And slightly process improvements are just not enough. So there needs to be technological breakthroughs. And here comes the top gas recycling blast furnace, which has shown to reduce the carbon dioxide emissions by up to 35% and also reduce the dependency on coke. We can basically monitor consistently the fly of gases and extract the carbon dioxide from it and capture it and store it. But we can move even a step further and convert this stored carbon dioxide into an organic molecule, which can also be used as a fuel and thus fostering a closed economy. Because steel industry is notoriously famous for using a huge amount of fossil fuels. And this way, we can reduce our dependency on fossil fuels. However, there is a catch. There is a costly aspect attached to these technologies. And here comes the advantage of conducting thorough and detailed life cycle assessments to make sure when, where, and how to implement each of these. The third key factor is the recycling aspect. Well, did you know that there is an upside to scrap iron? Well, yes, because it not just reduces the carbon emissions, but it also consumes less energy. But there is a slight catch. So the life cycle of steel in the society is 40 years. So right now, the amount of scrap that is present with us is technically the amount of steel that was manufactured 40 years ago. And this is approximately 41% of today's demand. So there is a mismatch between the demand and supply. So here we propose an online trading platform or an online marketplace where the scrap iron from the other industries can be traded so that we can foster a closed economy from both the ends. There is a second aspect, which is the byproduct valorization. Here we attach an economic value to the byproducts which are produced from the steel industry, and then we can basically sell off to the other industries, not just gaining the monetary value, but also contributing to less waste effectively. We touched upon the three crucial main points. However, incorporating sustainability wherever and whenever applicable is the key to it. And here, the manufacturing execution systems which leverage the digital twin technology, where we can basically simulate what exactly is going on to understand the intricacies and nuances so as to improve the process further. Similarly, deploying robots not just reduces the contamination, but also reduces the waste. Alongside, usage of industrial IoT will allow us to reduce the plant downtime and also make sure that the quality and the lifetime of steel is improved and the health and the safety of workforce and the employees is maintained.
Now, all countries around the world are taking stringent steps to curb the greenhouse gases and reduce the carbon footprint of the steel industry. Europe, being one of the frontrunners in this mission, has recently come up with a policy of CBAM, which stands for Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, in a bid to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. Countries like India, where the average emissions are 1.85 ton of carbon dioxide per ton produced of steel, is higher as compared to places like European Union, where the average is 1.4 tons of carbon dioxide produced. Such steps like CBAM are forcing countries like India to work on green steel, unless which they will lose their competitive advantage in the global market. The use of green hydrogen in the manufacturing process is one step that is being adopted by big players all around the world. There are two ways in which one can employ green hydrogen. Firstly, to mix it in the blast furnace along with coke. The hydrogen is added to the blast furnace until the condition of instability is reached. This has been piloted by Tata Steel in 2023, and for the same, they have reported a success. The second method is to entirely use hydrogen in a process called direct reduced iron. Here, instead of coke, green hydrogen is used to convert iron to sponge iron. Another level of change can be made by using renewable electricity, thus eliminating the use of fossil fuels in entirety. This process requires an entire infrastructure uphaul as the existing blast furnace cannot be used. Now, using green hydrogen can bring advantages and disadvantages with it. For example, the advantages include the reduction in the carbon dioxide emissions. Carbon dioxide emissions from such a process is just 0.08 kg of CO2 per kg steel produced as compared to 1.87 kilograms of carbon dioxide produced if steel was manufactured using the traditional methods. Other advantages include flexibility in manufacturing and lower temperatures that are required for the reduction of iron. Some of the notable disadvantages of green hydrogen are increased costs to manufacture steel. For example, as we can see, the pre-tax cost of 1 kg steel produced using green hydrogen with renewable resources is almost twice that is obtained from the traditional sources. Now, even though we can see green hydrogen as the future of steel manufacturing, there are some inhibitors to its adoption. For example, it requires almost 50 to 55 kilowatt hour of electricity to generate 1 kg of green hydrogen. Therefore, to completely transform the energy requirements in the steel industry, global electricity production would have to be increased by 20%. Also, technological advances in the manufacturing of green hydrogen are still not in the mature phase. Moreover, a firm has to invest huge sums of capital to ensure that they can adopt green hydrogen. Also, it has been observed like a lot of industries, like the automobile industries, are looking for alternative materials due to the rise in cost of the steel. Lastly, the global geopolitical tensions have led to a decline in the global steel appetite, and with the current events like Russia-Ukraine war and the Israel-Gaza war, we feel that the market recovery will still be slow. Despite these, there are a few factors which prompt actions from the global leaders' side. First one being global norms to put a curb on CO2 emissions. Second being increasing the price to offset the carbon emissions. And the third one being the decrease in price for green hydrogen by 2030. Now, how one should go about bringing changes to the manufacturing style? So we suggest the three-step approach for the same. For immediate action, we suggest to use technologies like carbon capture and storage facilities in the plant. For medium term, we suggest to partially convert the facilities so that the firm can take advantage of both sides of production, that is the normal production and the one which is done using green hydrogen. And lastly, for long term, we suggest in establishing green hydrogen capabilities in its entirety. Next slide, please.
Without customers, there's no company. Well, who is the first customer to experience any change in an organization? The employees, especially in JSW, an organization which has employee well-being as one of its focus areas towards sustainability. So let's understand the impact of AI on employees from the lens of an employee herself. Hi, I'm Ananya Sharma. In the heart of JSW, where steel meets innovation, my role as a plant manager is taking me on a whirlwind journey through the ever-evolving realm of technology. As someone driven by results and resilience, this technological odyssey is both challenging and empowering, shaping not just the company but also my own professional narrative. So let's start the journey from stage 1. In this current phase of pre-implementation, there's an air of nervous anticipation among us. As someone who thrives on strategic thinking, the need for effective communication during this pre-implementation phase becomes apparent. The fear of losing our jobs to automation lingers, and addressing this concern heads-on is essential for fostering trust and unity within the team.
Yeah, guys, sorry to interrupt. We have 4 more minutes, just an update.
Sure.
So you guys can plan accordingly. Yeah.
Sure. Now, as we move to stage 2, the implementation journey commences, the focus shifts to training and onboarding. My result-oriented nature kicks in as I embrace the opportunity to acquire new skills. However, the reality of potential skill gaps possesses a challenge. The goal is clear: to upskill and adapt. But the journey is a delicate dance between enthusiasm and the unknowns. Now, as we reach to the early adoption phase, it comes with a promise of improved working conditions. My team building skills are put to the test as we venture into the new landscape. Collaborative efforts become pivotal for harnessing the efficiency gains promised by technology. The dynamics are evolving, and maintaining employee morale is crucial for our collective success. But as we reach the stage 4, challenges inevitably emerge, and the spotlight is on addressing skill gaps. My resilience is put to the test as I navigate the complexities of upskilling programs. It's not just about overcoming challenges, it's about instilling confidence and reassuring the team that growth lies on the other side of adversities. As we move to stage 5, mid implementation brings its own set of challenges: increased workloads and adapting to the new normal. As a team, communication and support becomes our guiding principles. Open lines of communication are essential to address concerns promptly. It's a phase where we lean on each other, proving that the strength of our team is our greatest asset. As we move to stage 6, with advanced adoption, the focus shifts to identifying new career opportunities within this tech driven landscape. My strategic thinking plays a pivotal role as I navigate this phase, ensuring privacy assurances and ethical practices. Witnessing the team's growth and adaptability is a moment of pride, proving the change, when embraced, can lead to remarkable transformations. And now, as we are in stage 7, in the ongoing development phase, the spotlight turns to maintaining balanced workloads and fostering a data driven culture. Leadership development becomes key, and my role evolves into guiding the team towards a future where technology is not just a tool but an integral part of our daily operations. This journey is a roller coaster of emotions, from the initial fears of job displacement to the realization that technology is not just a threat but a catalyst for growth. As an employee, the experience is transformative, challenging me to embrace change, continuously learn, and grow alongside the company. The fear that initially gripped us has become a motivator for innovation, turning our journey into a story of resilience, adaptation, and success in the era of technology evolution at JSW.
Sustainability is not just bringing about some big changes and just waiting for it. No, but it is introducing small aspects in the value chain wherever you can. We provide this entire roadmap by incorporating sustainability at each and every incremental step so that we can see the change in the near future and in the long run as well. But there are bound to be challenges, there are bound to be hindrances. But the key word here is agility. We have to remain agile. And then only we can truly see steel walking right beside us in our transformation journey. So this was Team Ambush, and we remain. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Ambush. Now we'll have the Q&A round for you. Judges, you can ask your questions.
Hi, can I go first?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so thank you. This was quite, you put on quite a detailed study, so good job out there. I have a few questions around, so I have a few questions, but I would ask maybe one or two, which I believe would be crucial. You mentioned about digital twin. So I would like to understand what process do you think, or what skill the digital twin would take, and how would it be, how practical is it to implement digital twin at a steel plant?
So like digital twin is kind of simulating whatever processes are going on. So in that process, we cannot duplicate exactly the internal processes that are going on inside the furnace. However, regarding the operations, the management, the logistics, and all of these things, how the sensors work, if there is any discrepancy. In that scenario, we can basically test and validate that the things are functioning. Also, the intricate details regarding the worker safety can also incorporate it and seen that whether it is actually functioning or not.
What is the difference between digital twin and mixed reality? This is specifically with what answer you have given.
Okay. Mixed reality is kind of an amalgamation of AR and VR, where we basically use the deepfake technologies to simulate exactly like what we do in a real life. However, digital twin is kind of you are duplicating a process or a thing that is going on to understand. It's kind of like a blueprint that, but a working prototype of what exactly is going on to see that where might there may be improvements or changes in the process which can be made better.
You mentioned about CBAM. Apart from CBAM, which all other norms you have read? Is there any Indian norm in place? Because you mentioned that you share the number where India stands, where Europe stands, and I see you have done some research out there. But does India have any norms?
Yes, sir. So there is the COP26, the policy regarding the goals that they've set regarding the sustainability and the reduction in the decarbonization. Sorry.
I don't know. Yeah, okay. I don't know who was speaking. Maybe did not appear. But anyways, I'm asking. So COP26. So what is COP26?
So basically, this policy is about promoting non-fossil energy and increasing the energy requirements from renewable sources. There are certain guidelines which have been mentioned for 2030.
Okay. I would ask one final question and would let other panelists, other judges ask if there is something they want to ask. We have put this note, barriers to the JSW goals, FY30 in particular, and India COP26 goals at large. What are India's COP26 goals?
Shall I take that up? So it is like a five-step entire procedure. So the first one is that it is expecting to reach 500 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel energy by 2030. And then it is expected to reduce the carbon dioxide emissions by 1 billion tons by 2030 and eventually reach the net zero emissions target by 2070. There are two more targets. The fourth one is the 50% of its energy will be requirements will be fulfilled from the renewable energy by 2030, sorry. And the last one, I'm not able to recall at this moment, but these were
Was there any change to these numbers in COP27?
I'm not exactly sure of that.
When did COP27 happen? All right, I would pass to other judges. Thank you.
Yeah, Prakash, can I go?
Yeah.
Yeah, good presentation, guys. Couple of clarifications, rather questions. In slide 3, you mentioned industrial symbiosis, some grid, something related. Can you go to the slide 3 quickly?
Sorry, which slide number?
Slide 3.
This one?
Yeah. In the left-hand side, you mentioned industrial symbiosis, where you are mentioning electrical loads of heat side grid operations. So what exactly you mean by that?
So 1 second. Can you just repeat the question, please?
You are mentioning optimization and prediction of electrical loads to assist grid operations. So what exactly you mean by that? So my question is, how by predicting how you can assist in the grid operations, which is not in your control. So just think over it. And in water management, water footprint, you mentioned gray and blue components, right? What exactly you mean by gray and blue components in water management?
So, sir, there are basically three components. green, blue, and gray. The green refers to the amount of water which is contained in the soil and vegetation. The blue component refers to the the top ground level and the underground sources, and the gray component is basically the water requirements for the quality purposes, which is basically gives you an indication of the polluted water.
Okay. So in wastewater management, have you studied the steel industry, how the water management is happening? Have you studied that?
Yes, so like we basically briefed about it, the amount of water required and how in the what is the composition breakdown of the water required in the processes.
Okay. See, why I asked this question, you mentioned about coke dry pinching, which is a process of eliminating the water requirement itself. That is good. But you cannot completely eliminate the water requirement in steel industry, right?
Yes.
So you need to identify which are the major water losses and what we can contribute for reducing the water losses. That also could have been one of the points here when you are addressing the 3R. Okay, that is one suggestion. You mentioned about action plan with respect to hydrogen implementation. Medium term and long term. So the years what you have taken for medium term, long term are very too short. Practically in steel industry, 1 to 2 years, nothing can happen with respect to you might have seen the case study, no? So it's
Yes, sir. Sir, if I may, so
Yeah.
basically, our idea behind taking such small tenures was to keep in mind the goals that were set for 2030 and the way the goals have been defined for green hydrogen also for 2030. So that's why we wanted to have the entire plan divided in such small time frames.
Yeah. Anyway, it's very tough for long term. 3 to 5 years is a very tough time. And coming to CBAM, you mentioned this is one of the decarbonization methodologies adopted by European Union, right?
Yes.
Yeah, practically it's not a decarbonization methodology. It is a policy they have introduced to ensure that the steel coming into
Fair
European
price.
Union. Okay, so it's not a methodology for reducing as such decarbonization, right? So there is a difference between policy and method for a decarbonization. Hydrogen is a method, but CBAM is a policy issue, right? So
Yes.
small clarification. And one suggestion to all the presenters who are going to present, you use the laser pointer. When you have a lot of stuff in the presentation, it will be difficult for us to see exactly where you are talking it. Okay, so please use the laser pointer to the extent possible. Thank you.
Sir, if I may.
Yeah.
So sorry, I missed the point that time. For the operators grade 1, we were mainly talking about the EAF furnace, the electrical arc furnace. So for the electricity, what we concentrate mainly on is collecting the data, the real-time data as well as the past data. And through that, we can monitor when is the high level of electricity and when is the low level of electricity needed in the furnace for the process.
Okay.
In the EAF process.
Thank you.
In one of your slide, you have shown the 15% yield improvement. Can you go to that slide? I think it is slide 1 or slide 2.
Sorry, what topic exactly?
What
Yeah,
is it?
it's in this slide only.
15% in the yield improvement, AI impact.
Yes, sir.
Can you elaborate?
So this was a secondary analysis that we'd done using some reports that we'd found from some of the consulting firms, wherein BCG had done an analysis on certain plants wherein they had piloted the use of AI in operations, and they could see that using AI in streamlining the operations, they could actually get a 15% increase in the steel yield.
Okay. Do you know the impact of 1% yield improvement in JSW across? What will be the financial implication?
So I assume that is going to be a very hefty number.
It is something 13,500 crores, 1% yield improvement. So 15% yield improvement, it's not feasible with the AI.
Sir,
So just cross check the data.
technically that is the report, like they might have conducted the test under controlled circumstances, controlled experiments. So they basically said that this was what we had achieved. Now it depends on the case to case basis, the technology that we use, the area that we are in, and they just told us that this is the benchmark that can be followed. It might not be might not be able to achieve it instantly, but if we continue it, that we might ultimately be able to.
No, there are certain elements which are not required for this shell. So they will be anyhow, they will be there. But anyhow, we need to remove. So 15%, see, this moment the yield in the steel making shop, it is somewhere around 82, 83. So rest of all are gang elements. So 15%, you cross check the data. And second thing, in your use case one, you said the defect detection is possible. How do you do the defect detection? Suppose surface cracks are there, aluminum sticks are there. How do you do that?
So again, by reading the data we had, previous data that we have, or the service data that we have established till now, that
Now,
we have.
how do you generate the data? You use which method?
Sir, we essentially use the computer vision technology here so as to make sure that the constant monitoring is being done of, and we basically train the models on the back end regarding we input it so that it basically knows what it is looking for, and if it finds any discrepancies that matches with the data or the outcome that it already has, it can basically send the alerts to it. Also, we can use the IIoT centers which we discussed later in the PPT to basically make sure that if any discrepancy regarding to weight, pressure, etc. is detected, it can instantly send us the messages, and also it will continuously train and continuously reinforce. Basically, reinforcement learning will take place, and it will constantly learn and keep upskill itself.
You're talking about the camera vision machine learning?
Yes, computer vision, yes, for surface detection.
Okay. Right, that's all.
Are we done with the question, judges?
Yeah, yes, you can proceed.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you, Team Ambush. Now we
Thank
have Team Red to Green from IIM Bangalore. Tabish, I request you to make the concerned person the host so that he
Yeah,
can
done.
present.
Done.
Yeah.
Can someone quickly confirm if I am audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. Beginning in 3, 2, 1. Prometheus, who is the god of fire in Greek mythology, is said to have stolen fire from gods and given it to humans. As for the price of fire, the gods have punished Prometheus by nailing him to a mountain and subjecting him to suffering endlessly. Our story is similar to Prometheus in the sense that with all the development and growth that we have done, we are also doomed to suffer from climate change. But there is still light at the end of the tunnel. Good morning, everyone. We are Team Red to Green from IIM Bangalore, and we are excited to present our solution to the case of technology strategy in sustainable steel production. Without wasting more time, let's dive deep into the solution. To begin with, let's take an overview of emissions in the steel making process. Approximately 12% of India's CO2 emission comes from steel sector, with emission intensity being 2.55 tons of CO2 per ton of crude steel, 0.7 TCO2 higher than the global average intensity. If we look at the CO2 emission by value chain, the core steel processes of raw material preparation, iron and steel making contributes to a total of 85% emissions. From a steel making company point of view, this contributes directly to their scope 1 and 2 emissions, while other processes in the value chain like mining, logistic, finishing accounts for the rest 15% and it's part of the scope 3 emission. Around 90% of the emissions are energy related and the rest are process related emission. If you look at the CO2 emission by steel making routes, the traditional and currently dominant coal based routes have an intensity of approximately 2.7 TCO2 per TCS, while the newer routes promise to emit significantly lesser CO2. Looking at the global steel production route-wise breakdown, The traditional blast furnace and basic oxygen furnace and EAF are the dominant routes, currently holding greater than 99% share of the global crude steel production. This all means that the majority of steel production is still happening through the traditional pathways. So what are some of the key barriers to steel carbonization? One of the critical barrier is the availability of renewable energy supply. Other barriers include skilled labor, financing, and demand for low carbon steel. While still at nascent stage, hydrogen promises to decarbonize the hard to abate steel industry. Let's look how. So there are generally three ways to use hydrogen in steel industry. First, as a source of thermal energy. Second, as a reducing agent for iron oxide. And lastly, as an alternative injection material to pulverized coal. As we know, the steel making process requires high grade energy. Temperatures could reach up to 1350 degrees, and it is a very energy intensive process. So there are limitations in using electricity. Fossil fuels are primarily used as fuel. However, hydrogen can also be successfully used as a source of thermal energy. Secondly, hydrogen can also act as a reducing agent, replacing the traditional carbon monoxide that separates oxygen from iron ore. As you can see, the byproduct in the process is only water vapor. So if we combine these two processes based on the use of green hydrogen as well as renewable electricity generated from wind, solar, or water, a DRI EAF setup enables nearly carbon neutral steel production. However, some of the key challenges are availability of green hydrogen, integration of a plant with existing plant, and cost implication. So now that we know that hydrogen has the potential to decarbonize the process, how feasible it is from a techno-commercial perspective. Next. One of the key concerns of adoption of newer pathways is the current structure of Indian steel assets. If we see, India aims to enhance steel making capacity as the demand for steel is expected to rise, and they primarily want to do this by favoring the traditional blast furnace and basic oxygen furnace, which would lower the current 15-year average age of the fleet. With BF and BOF being the hardest to abate, the additional plant will only add the emission from the steel sector. Now, comparing the feasibility of two hydrogen technologies, DRI EAF using hydrogen is a proven technology. However, it is available at a very high cost. Other benefits is that it is more scalable and promises a complete decarbonized solution as compared to hydrogen injection in blast furnace and BOF plants, where it is known to only improve the performance and reduce the carbon intensity. Coming to financial analysis, conventional steel production, mainly coal-based, is the cheapest and still dominates in India. However, as the cost of green hydrogen drops, it will challenge the dominance of traditional approaches, and we may see more alternative pathways taking primary role. Currently, the cost of green hydrogen is about $4 per kg. And the cost of green hydrogen is expected to drop, hitting $2 per kg by 2030 and $1 per kg by 2050, making it a competitive alternate to traditional fuels. Also, policies like National Green Hydrogen Mission and manufacturing incentives will further enable the affordability of green hydrogen. So what roadmaps should steel companies follow? From year 2023 to 2030, companies should follow phase one transition. In this phase, companies should invest in cleaner technology, improve energy efficiency, and explore alternate process. For example, they can start replacing portion of coal with materials like bio coal, which is made from waste wood, produce bioethanol from carbon monoxide, which is already a gas that steel factory releases, and this bioethanol can further be blended with fossil fuels. These are some of the methodology which is already used by some of the steel companies in their plants. Companies can also start testing pilot projects and look for an ideal plug and play model that might align with their current plant structure and asset configurations. From year 2030 to 2050, companies should start shifting towards green hydrogen for steel making, gradually phasing out coal-based routes. For example, companies can replace the gray hydrogen requirements with green hydrogen and increase green hydrogen share up to 80%. From the year 2050 and 2070, companies should start implementing large-scale hydrogen products. They can expand capacity for green hydrogen production, integrate advanced technology, and achieve sustainable carbon-free steel production. Hence, we believe to switch from coal-based steel making to hydrogen, the cost of green hydrogen needs to reduce, and there also needs to be a price penalty on carbon emission. The fiscal enablement and policies by government will also play a key role. Also, we do identify that there are certain risks associated along the roadmap. One of the key risks is obviously the availability of green hydrogen, lack of infrastructure for green hydrogen production, transportation, and integration will impact the availability of energy. There can also be market risks such as the fluctuation in the cost of hydrogen directly affecting the steel prices, market demand for low carbon steel, and the willingness of customer to pay a premium for green steel in the initial stages at least. There could also be cost and technology risks associated, such as higher upfront cost for steel producers associated to transitioning to H2 based steel making, and the challenges associated with large scale implementation of these technologies. Now we'll look into how digitalization technology can enable sustainability. Over to you, Purushottam.
Yeah, I hope I'm audible. Now we'll
Yes.
talk about digitalization measures to enable sustainability. Technologies under the purview of Industry 4.0 affects the multitude of bottom line dimensions, including increased productivity from economic point of view, increased resource efficiency in terms of ecological and social aspects of increase in job opportunities. Talking about the environment part, the key technologies are first, IoT that affects monitoring of emissions and energy consumption. Second, AI and ML that helps in integration of production phases and quality enhancement. Third, big data analytics that helps to optimize the energy consumption. Fourth, cloud technologies can cater to enhance collaboration by information exchange and transparency. Fifth, simulation like digital twins can help in increasing the efficiency of production processes and enhancing the product quality. These benefits can help us to achieve the SDG goals under the 9, 12, 13, 16, and 17. Talking about the social aspect, we can use employee well-being applications to encourage healthy lifestyle and provide with the much needed wellness resources. Social collaboration platforms can be used to enhance collaboration among the employees and boost employee morals. Predictive tools like HR analytics can help in improved workforce planning and strategies for talent acquisition. AI-based bias detection algorithms can also be used to promote fair decision-making by identifying and mitigating biases. Multifaceted online learning platforms can facilitate accessible and continuous learning opportunities. These technologies can help us to conquer the SDG goals under the 3, 4, 5, 8, and 10. From the governance point of view, we can implement key technologies like first, monitoring systems for AI-based ethics that can identify and mitigate ethical risks that further enhances organizational integrity. Second, softwares for whistleblowing can foster an integrated culture by encouraging reporting of ethical concerns. Blockchain can be used to enhance traceability and transparency in transactions view and decision-making processes. Fourth, cutting-edge risk management platforms can be used for a comprehensive view of organizational risk that can help board members in taking a risk-informed decision. Fifth, cybersecurity solutions can be used to protect sensitive corporate information that further ensures confidentiality and integrity of the data. This technology can help us in navigating through the 16th SDG goals. With this, we will talk about the use cases of generative AI. Over to you, Pratik.
Yeah, I guess I'm audible right now.
Yes, you are.
So what exactly is generative AI, right? And what are its capabilities? We know that AI has been used for classification and prediction. For example, it can predict whether an email is spam or not spam. What Gen AI tries to do is that given a label, for example, spam is the label, it tells you what are the likely features that make it a spam email, like what are the words that go into a spam email. So Gen AI techniques help capturing the essence of the data distribution, thus helping generate or replicate content based on the training data. Certain major Gen AI techniques are GAN, VAE, and GPT. Let's talk about use cases now. So our first use case is worker training and guidance. So once you've optimized machines, the only bottleneck that remains is the operator. And workers require training, right? Our proposal is to use Gen AI to simulate the manufacturing and offer real-time guidance. It will work like this. We mock the production environment using GAN models and extended reality for training purposes. We'll also have a real-time guidance system side by side to help operators through prompts. Based on how the operator reacts during training in real time, we'll personalize their training. We can also monitor their performance and generate reports. This use case enhances learning and increasing efficiency, but it also requires integration with existing systems, which can be challenging. The next use case is quality control and enhancement. Predicting quality issues requires identifying trends in sensor data across multiple sensors. A drawback here is that training data is often limited. Our proposal is to generate synthetic sensor data using Gen AI to extend training dataset to capture all possible defect scenarios. It will work something like this. We'll generate synthetic data using GANs or VAE. We'll train our models using real plus synthetic data. Then we can use this model to make real-time checks. We'll obviously have to update the model to maintain relevance over time. This use case helps reduce wastage through defects. However, a key challenge is to verify the generated synthetic data, which will require SMEs. The next use case is predictive maintenance and workflow optimization. Next, please. A steel plant is huge, right? It has many machines which can break down and stop production. Relevant documentation is not always on hand. It often delays processes. Our proposal is to use Gen AI to optimize workflow of predictive maintenance system. Here's how it will work. We collect data for predictive models and maintain a dashboard that shows live machine details. Based on predictive alerts, operators will realize that a machine is not working optimally. On the dashboard, he can see a 3D X-ray of the machine. On a ChatGPT-like interface, the operator can ask for possible causes. The 3D image will highlight possible parts that have failed, list stepwise action plans to repair them, out of which the worker will make an informed decision. He can select the most optimal repair option out of multiple choices that the interface gives him, and also ask for a forecast on repair time and cost. So system can also summarize information across manuals to provide stepwise guidance through AI. Also, all forms, work orders, emails, etc., can be generated within the ChatGPT-like interface. This use case optimizes the entire maintenance workflow. However, a lot of data is required for creating this kind of integration.
Guys,
So
sorry to interrupt. You have 6 minutes left, so plan accordingly.
Sure. So how exactly do we implement these Gen AI applications from scratch in a plant, right? This is a long process. So this involves walking before running. In the first 6 months, plants should focus on data that they already have and then use it. Tracking production end-to-end for a single product helps because that's the way you get actionable insights. There are a lot of teething problems in the first stage, but having a cross-functional team that can quickly innovate really helps. Successful pilot runs will build confidence and credibility. Over the next 1.5 years, the next step involves building multiple products and identifying scaling challenges. It's important to capture low-hanging critical processes that generate returns. Focus is on creating a snowball effect by identifying goal-oriented, by being goal-oriented and reaping profits to make reinvestments in scaling. In the final step, after 2 years, the outcome should be working toward making a fully autonomous, ever-optimizing plant. This requires closely tracking critical variables, storing them in a database, and relying on your tech team's effort and capabilities for execution. Human operators should always be present for handling exceptions. Next, please. No, could you go back, please? Transformation impacts employees naturally, and we've listed down 8 impacts along with policies that management can follow to mitigate them. So the key themes here are that there's a changing nature of jobs here. Job requirements will change. Work will no longer be physical but mentally taxing. We can address these by instituting continuous learning, introducing rules, new roles, implementing wellness initiatives, etc. Layoffs will naturally happen. We can address them by reskilling impacted staff or counseling them and employing them elsewhere within the company if possible. Culture will change to become more collaborative and adaptive. We can address this by instituting change management processes, deploying change leaders across teams, and partnering with universities for driving a growth mindset. So Industry 4.0 is imminent in steel. We'll try to map out its impact here briefly. 4 themes to bring out this Industry 4.0. These themes have initiatives. These are basically implementations of these themes. The table to the right tries to shed light on the economical and non-economic benefits that can be accrued cumulatively in the next decade through these technologies. Overall, over $320 billion of value can be added over industry profits due to these interventions. Customer value is the potential gain customers receive in the form of cost and time savings. So, stock value here refers to environmental and social gains. And these metrics were actually obtained from a World Economic Forum report. But there's merit in seeing which intervention impact which stakeholders, right? So, for example, connected workers and remote operations increase productivity, but consequently reduce employment by the largest share here. Autonomous systems bring in largest share of social and environmental value, primarily through smarter, efficient self-monitoring operations. Integrated platforms can create maximum customer value, delivering benefit by reducing unwanted intermediaries in the process and making it more transparent. Much of this will lead to job consolidation, meaning lesser people will be employed in the future, doing different tasks than they used to do before. To look at managerial action, we started by looking at factors affecting the employees, right? So we have societal changes like change in skill levels and employment patterns, economic developments like rising development of steel, environmental issues like regulations becoming more strict. From these factors, we developed people-centric topics that need to be addressed to combat them. For example, in scarcer talent markets, it becomes important to attract and retain qualified talent. It also means that education courses need to keep pace with the technology. Curriculums need to be redesigned. Health and safety is an increasingly mentally demanding sector, which will require cater to increased flexibility. Co-creation involves active collaboration with stakeholders to develop joint solutions to ensure widespread acceptance and adoption. This involves working with communities, schools, colleges, villages, wherever possible, and wherever our plans are set up. From these, we can distill two key action themes, which are management of knowledge. Essentially, this is encouraging open communication, fostering a culture of innovation, and promoting personalized learning. Integration of technical and social innovation here refers to, so for example, technical innovation requires social innovation to deal with social adaptation and implementation. So social innovation is necessary for technical innovation also. Therefore, it becomes important to develop innovations in fields like organization development, work practices, knowledge, and change management. Coming to our recommendation, first of all, aligning strategy towards innovation is important because tech cannot be one-off investments anymore. We need a focused strategy that aligns with business model, processes, and organization. We need to look outside your business to create value for customers. We also need to improve data access and relevance. Systems, hardware, software, and network are only as good as the information that flows through them. Engaging and training workforce is important. Innovation fails not because of investment or technical reasons, but due to lack of culture change. Attracting talent requires different means of compensation. Different stakeholders, such as villages and towns, also need to be developed to address this talent gap. Strengthening partnerships is important to lower operating costs and extract more value for customers. Most steel companies have been trying to create ecosystems to sustain their operations. These areas become feeder networks of future talent. This is evident from Tata Steel's presence in Jamshedpur, where the population residing there are actually Tata loyalists choosing to spend their entire lives under Tata. JSW's township in Vijayanagar is also an example of that. This is an example of co-creation to ensure sustainability. Thank you for listening. We are open for questions now.
We'll have the Q&A round now. Judges, you can ask away your questions.
Can I go ahead?
Yes,
sure.
sir.
Yeah, can you go to slide 1? As per your analysis, still BF, SMS, whatever route may be, it is a still dominating route. So as per your study or analysis, why it is still so? Because sustainability is not the new buzzword. Okay, now it is gaining the momentum, but it is there still since 19th century also. So why still BF route is the dominant route? 1 or 2 points maximum.
I'll take this up. As I already mentioned in the other slides, the average fleet of the Indian steel structure asset, if you see, is around 15 years of age, and these steel facilities plants they last around 35 to 40 years, requiring refurbishment around 20-25 years. So it's not possible for any plant to quickly phase out those plants and adopt newer technologies. Also, these newer pathways, as we say, are recently developed and they are successfully implemented as a pilot projects. They have not been implemented on a larger scale or a bigger plants. So it's still in the nascent stage, and that's why we feel that they are not adopted in a larger way. also the availability of hydrogen. If we see gray hydrogen, even that in case is difficult to get, and the incentive for doing that is again lesser, because steel, as we know, is a commoditized product, and if we slightly increase cost, then we might go out of competition, and our product might no longer be competitive. That's why I feel the traditional route are still dominant.
Sure. So just one clarification. Is it carbon neutral steel or zero carbon steel?
Right now, as I feel, it is carbon neutral steel. It is not zero carbon steel, because in addition to carbon capture and storage utilization, we can make it neutral, but I don't think we can make it carbon zero steel.
Okay. You mentioned about green hydrogen mission, right? Government of
Yes.
India initiative. So can you
Yes.
quickly say one or two key points from that one?
Yes, so the green hydrogen mission aims to develop the green hydrogen production capacity of at least 5 million metric ton per annum, with an associated renewable energy capacity addition of around 125 gigawatt. It also aims to create over 6 lakh jobs and abatement of nearly 50 million metric ton of annual greenhouse gas emission.
Hey, go to slide 7. You have one big table. Yeah. So here you mentioned value addition, customer value, and what is SOC? Is it social value?
Yeah, it's the economical and non-economic values deriving from like social and environmental benefits.
So how the social value of 30 billion, I guess, is coming dollars? When you one side, your other side, you are saying job creation is minus 330, 144.
Right. So this is primarily through environmental, because as you can see, this is majorly coming from autonomous operations and robotics, right? So this enhances efficiency and this reduces the load on natural resources. And that is why you require less amount of resources, and that in turn benefits the environment.
So is it the right way? When almost say 3 lakh people, I guess, yeah. 3 lakh people are losing the job. So
Right.
they're also part of the society. At the same time, we
Makes
are
sense.
saying by introducing this, we are creating social value. So do you feel any mismatch is there, or is it correct?
So the key point here is the social and environmental value. So the thing here to note is that even though jobs are getting less, which will naturally happen in the industry because of AI, the focus is on upskilling the workers in order to maybe transition them. And even if the employees are reduced, the environmental benefits that we get from this, right, which will help future generations, is sort of outweighing the job loss here, if I could say that.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I go next? So I think, Saram sir, what you asked the last question, that was exactly I was going to ask. But now following up on the same question, we are saying 330,000 or 330,000 and 144 odd people. Let's round figure 330. Okay. So
Okay.
330,000 people you would get have attrition of. So what is the cost that you're going to save roughly, if this is say in terms of comparison, number? So if you are saying, say, I'm not speaking of absolute numbers, I'm saying relative numbers here. Yeah? If you are implementing all these technologies, the capex that would go in and the opex that would come on top of it, what will be the comparison in terms of job, the people, what your money you're saving in terms of spent on human capital?
Sorry, could you repeat the question? I didn't actually get.
See,
okay.
You will have to spend some money. Technology, so no robotics is going to come for free. You go to
Makes
any
sense.
company and they're going to, they would start negotiating with fortune, right? Or even if you want to implement any technology, so no technology comes for free, right? So there will be some cost. Do you understand capex and opex?
Got it. Yeah.
What is capex and what is opex?
OPEX is operational cost and CAPEX is your capital investments that you do.
Okay. So you will have some CAPEX, and over a period of time, you can split it over, say, maybe 5-10 years according to your mathematics. and you would have some OPEX that would keep on happening with some increased cost every year, right? So that cost as compared to, so whatever cost you're going to incur or you'll have to, the investment that you'll have to do against the cost that you are going to save because of this attrition or reduced number of people in your organization, how do these compare? Which is going to be costlier?
Sir, in the long term, the key fact here is that in order to maintain such a workforce, so this is this table is about a decade-long impact. So this is measuring 10 years worth of impact, right? And over the long term, it's not feasible actually to maintain such a large workforce, especially when the industry is changing. Also, you need to actually train them. Also, you incur cost in that as well. I'm sure it comes under certain buckets also. So here, the focus is to sort of maybe pivot largely based on industry trends and sort of maybe gain a foot forward in the industry. The capex versus so the investment versus the cost that we save due to layoffs, that can be like in the short run that can be problematic to gauge, and it could sway either way. But in the long term, it will definitely sway to investments.
Also, I would like to add a quick point. For this calculation, we have also assumed that the incremental benefit that we get from addition or adoption of technology is greater than the incremental cost that we incur. Only then we should go ahead and adopt this technology. Also, for the job creation, of course, it goes against the social value. But then again, newer jobs would be created. Like we said, in the National Hydrogen Mission, there might be 6 lakh new job creation, and also there might be newer functions which might require new people. So there could also be job addition, not only just job going away. There could also be a newer jobs and job addition, which I'm sorry we have not shown here, but I feel that could also be the case.
So can you say, so you know, if you implement say Gen AI, where you get all these equipments and all of these things, so can you say that a computer engineer or an untrained person as compared to a mechanical engineer who has got training, will that person be able to completely run the plant without any intervention? Is that what you're trying to say here?
No, I don't feel that. I feel that certainly certain amount of training and guidance will be required, and we could either upskill the existing workforce or then hire a newer workforce, whichever is beneficial to the organization.
I have one question, because here I see one interesting number that is specifically with respect to connected workers. So connected workers has maximum impact on the number. It has the maximum number,
Right.
even higher than remote operations or robotics. That's
Right.
interesting. So what is your analysis why that's happening? It's 4 times of autonomous operations and robotics.
Right. This refers to actually, sir, the efficiency that we can accrue from having connected workers. So essentially, what's happening right now is that a workforce is not typically being controlled as effectively as they could be. So if they are effectively controlled, then you can naturally see a reduction in the workforce that is required because of enhanced productivity. Yeah, this was mentioned in the report as well, that connected workers have the maximum impact.
Also, like
follows the same logic.
Yes, also adding to his point that the errors that will minimize, the lives that the potential injuries and lives that we might save could also have a greater impact. That's why we feel that value is higher.
I think what you're saying is far off.
Okay.
Because jobs. So this, I'm very specifically speaking about the numbers I see on the screen in this slide.
Also, adding to that, we believe that if a worker is having, cutting edge digital technologies, for let's say they are having a mixed reality glass, so in that way their efficiency can be increased by multi-folds, and that can result in reduction of the number of workers that are required.
I would, in view of time, I have one last question, and then I would stop. So my last question is, what is the biggest challenge in hydrogen? any hydrogen. So right now, in terms of hydrogen technology, as we speak, what is the biggest challenge or hurdle that we have?
Okay, I'll take it. I feel the biggest hurdle right now is the infrastructure that might be required to generate the green hydrogen. So green hydrogen, as we understand, is generated from sources which are renewable: wind, air, and solar. So the infrastructure that is required, that I feel is still very underdeveloped. And if you see the mission also, it talks about incentivizing those who make electrolyzers and those who create the production capacity. So I feel that is one of the biggest hurdle. As we go along the time and we generate more of this and we start making more of this, I think green hydrogen could be achievable.
So is that a biggest hurdle? Because once you have plants, the problem is solved, right? So you don't have manufacturing facility. So what is one big hurdle that things stop or the buck stops there?
I think also if there is no demand for green hydrogen, then to having loads of green hydrogen would be of any beneficial. I think triggering demand and making industry, also incentivizing industry to use that green hydrogen would also be a key.
I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Team Red to Green. Now we have the Vikings from IIM Bangalore.
Hello, I'll share the screen. Is my screen visible to all?
Yes.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. We start in 3, 2, 1. Good morning, esteemed members of JSW Challenge 2023 panel and distinguished guests. We are Team the Vikings, representing the Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. I'm Shikhar, joined by my teammates Anushka and Abhishek. I'm honored to present an insightful overview of JSW Steel, a company that has emerged as a titan in the steel industry, not only in India, but on a global scale. JSW Steel, a part of JSW Group, stands as a testament of innovation and sustainability in the steel manufacturing sector. With a robust domestic and impressive 13.5 million tons per annum, and downstream steel capacity and a dynamic international footprint, JSW Steel has made its mark in over 100 countries. The company's Digital Vision 2026 is a bold step towards leveraging technology to enhance safety, sustainability, and efficiency. JSW Steel has revolutionized its manufacturing processes through various innovations such as advanced analytics and dashboards, industrial IoT combined with AI and machine learning. Moreover, JSW Steel is a front-runner in responsible business practices. In this rapidly evolving industrial landscape, JSW Steel stands at the forefront of integrating digitalization in this context, and it is multifaceted, encompassing several key elements that synergistically contribute to value generation, building to its competitive advantage, ease in future expansion, creation of new businesses. Firstly, JSW's domain excellence in steel manufacturing provides a great value generating driver. IoT and blockchain technology presents unique use cases, and we'll be highlighting those unique use cases in our slides. It presents unique use cases in inventory management and supply chain transparency. And the significant aspect is when it comes to stimulating demand for green steel, what we're seeing is we need to stimulate demand for green steel. And one recommendation from our side is that we could add a sustainability calculator to JSW's website that shows estimated annual CO2 emission reduction, which induces buyers to buy the green steel to meet their SDG goals. Our first use case, using big analytics to minimize defects, is a crucial area. A common problem in steel manufacturing is a variance in dimension and form throughout the production process. Identifying and analyzing defects is a challenge for quality engineers. The solution lies in collecting real-time macro and micro data on process operations, quality control, and maintenance. For instance, with a surface defect detector, quality control data can be analyzed in 100 increments, making it easier for engineers to locate and address defects. As we continue our exploration into the innovative pathways to utilize digitalization and sustainability in JSW Steel, let me present 2 more use cases that highlight the transformative impact of digital technologies in addressing complex challenges in steel manufacturing. A second use case focuses on significant bottleneck processes. In this case, scarfing. Scarfing, a critical step in steel manufacturing, involves removing surface defects from metal slabs. However, it presents a unique challenge. If a defect is detected in a whole lot of slabs, it leads to unnecessary rejection of normal slabs, impacting both efficiency and output. The solution which we have identified to this problem is a strategic use of digitalization by collecting both structured and unstructured data from interconnected processes. JSW can implement systems that automatically detect surface defects on individual slabs. This targeted approach means scarfing will absolutely be necessary only on the slabs which are defectful. Moreover, identifying the root causes of defects not only improves upstream processes, but also the downstream operations, significantly reducing the defects in the final product and adding to the sustainability goals of JSW. A third use case is about new product testing and development. The difficulty of testing and development in traditional method, it requires large-scale facilities, and the added complexity of verifying all functions of a new product can be very daunting. The solution to this challenge is the development of virtual factories. The sophisticated digital environment allows for simulation and development of new product in a cyber setting. Virtual factories rendered in 3D with advanced algorithms and operational techniques, in this case, present an innovative approach to product testing and development. This enables JSW Steel to conduct pilot tests and refine product before they reach the production stage. Investing in R&D for virtual factories is not just an investment, but it is an investment in the sustainable manufacturing of steel. I'll invite Anushka to take over.
Thank you, Shikhar. Now we will look at how technologies like IoT and blockchain can help bring about sustainability in the steel manufacturing process. As we all know, steel manufacturing is a complex process and requires a wide range of raw materials, starting from iron ore, coal, limestone, etc. We should have a continuous supply of these raw materials in order to ensure continuity in the process. However, overstocking can lead to unnecessary costs for the company. Integrated IoT sensors can be used to monitor the stock levels real time and help in identifying and rectifying discrepancies faster than a manual process, preventing overstocking or stockouts. Also, we have to source these raw materials not only from domestic but also from international suppliers. So, we should ensure traceability and authenticity of the raw materials. Blockchain technology can be used to track and verify the origin of the raw materials, thus increasing trust among the stakeholders. Another example is the use of smart contracts. We should ensure that our raw materials are not only of good quality, but that our suppliers also adhere to sustainability standards. Using blockchain-enabled smart contracts can help us do so. These are contracts that are executed only when the suppliers meet a predefined sustainability criteria, ensuring a green supply chain. The impact of technology on employees is also immense. Employees can benefit from a digital platform and collaboration tool, creating a cohesive work environment. Using AI and IoT can lead to decrease in workplace accidents. We can have employee assistance programs and counseling services for the physical and mental well-being of the employees. However, it is true that with increase in automation, there is going to be blue-collar job displacement. We will talk about this in details in the later slides. Also, we have certain recommendations coming up in the environment, sustainability, and governance area. For example, in the governance, we believe that building a wireless IoT sensor utilization platform for centralized management of data by leveraging data from multiple locations can help stabilize the production and enhance efficiency. Going ahead. Next slide, please. Now let us look at the technology that is at the core of decarbonizing the steel manufacturing process. JSW has a resolution of deep decarbonization by replacing coal with hydrogen for reduction of iron by 2050. In order to understand deep decarbonization, let us look at the reaction that goes inside the blast furnace. Here, carbon reacts with iron ore to produce carbon dioxide, a major greenhouse gas, and steel. So if we can replace carbon with another reducing agent that does not produce such harmful byproducts, we can bring about decarbonization. Hence, hydrogen. Hydrogen reacts with iron to produce water and steel. There is a growing demand for carbon neutral steel products in the market, tightening carbon emission regulations, and growing investor and public interest in sustainability. We can use hydrogen in two ways. The first one being the direct injection of hydrogen in the already existing blast furnace setup. We can either use coke oven gas, which is a mixture of methane and hydrogen. This method can reduce carbon dioxide emissions by 30%, or we can also use outsourced hydrogen going forward, which will lead to a carbon neutral process. However, the technology is under development and there are many challenges. For example, the reaction between hydrogen and iron ore can cause the temperature of the blast furnace to decrease, hence preventing the steel from melting. In order to combat this, we have to develop a technology that can inject huge amount of hot flammable gases into the blast furnace. Also, since we will be using gases, there is a problem of gas permeability and less contact area. We have to ensure that the gas permeability and stable reaction occurs in the blast furnace through proper design. Another problem might be the scaling of large blast furnaces and a non-uniform gas flow. We have to do simulation in order to study how we can make the gas flow uniform in the blast furnace. Finally, using hydrogen may cause the iron to form in pellets, which needs further reprocessing. We can use high-grade iron ore to combat this problem, which are fit for the hydrogen reduction process. Going ahead. Next slide, please. And to directly reduce iron ore into iron, which is then further melted using a melter or an electric arc furnace. Again, this process has its challenges. We need high-grade iron ore, high investment of capital initially, and uninterrupted and reliable supply of hydrogen is required, and we need to retrain our workforce. However, going ahead, if we see long-term, this can help in cost reduction and market differentiation. It's a scalable technology. We can get government tax incentives. We can also improve the public image of the company, and 100% carbon neutrality can be obtained using this method. The effectiveness of hydrogen in steel manufacturing can be divided into the following heads. Firstly, the environmental effectiveness, where we can get 80 to 90% reduction in carbon emissions, and the total energy required for hydrogen conversion is also 40% lesser than the blast furnace method. Coming to the economic effectiveness, we require less carbon. The release of carbon dioxide per ton of steel is less in this method. Thus, we can get carbon allowances in future. And renewable energy sources, when they are available in abundance, it can be used to generate electricity which generates hydrogen, thus lowering costs. The technology is expected to mature by 2050, hence investing in it now might help us get a competitive advantage in the market. Further, we can integrate hydrogen manufacturing with steel manufacturing and get renewable energy infrastructure for long-term effectiveness. POSCO is an example that is currently doing this. They are backward integrating and building their own windmills that from where they will generate electricity that will be used to electrolyze water to produce green hydrogen that will be used in steel manufacturing process. Going ahead, I would invite Abhishek to take over.
Thank you, Anushka. In this segment, we delve into the transformative role of Gen AI in the steel manufacturing process at JSW Steel and its subsequent impact on the workforce. Our first use case addresses a crucial operational challenge, accessing precise maintenance information swiftly. Currently, this process is hindered by cumbersome technical manuals. Generative AI steps in as a game changer. It has the capability to not only summarize operational materials, but also provide validity scores and detailed diagrams. This innovation promises to transform our maintenance process, enhancing efficiency and reducing costs, while simultaneously ensuring the optimal upkeep of our equipment. Now on to our second use case. Unexpected equipment breakdowns have always been a concern, leading to production halts and financial losses. With predictive generative AI, we can anticipate and mitigate these issues. This technology will analyze equipment telemetry, predict maintenance schedules, and significantly reduce unplanned downtimes. By proactively addressing maintenance, we can achieve greater operational efficiency and resource utilization. Now, environmental stewardship is a priority for JSW Steel. Our third use case demonstrates how generative AI can aid in real-time emissions monitoring. By deploying a sensor network and training an AI model, we can predict and adjust operational parameters to minimize emissions. This proactive approach not only aligns with our sustainability goals, but also positions us as an industry leader in environmental sustainability. Let's look at the impact of technology on employees. The introduction of these technologies will inevitably transform the nature of many jobs. It is imperative that we support our employees through this transition with robust training and upskilling programs. Secondly, the implementation of AI and IoT will significantly enhance workplace safety through continuous monitoring. Additionally, digital collaboration tools will improve interdepartmental communication, fostering a more cohesive and efficient work environment. Now, we recognize that rapid technological changes can be stressful for employees. To address this, we will provide robust support through employee assistance programs, counseling services, and open communication channels. Next slide, please. Now, I will present a pivotal analysis that underscores the transformative impact of advanced technology on our industry and the world. In an era where the iron and steel sector accounts for a staggering 2.6 gigatons of carbon dioxide emissions annually, which is 7% of the global total from the energy system, the role of technology in mitigating these impacts is not just beneficial, but essential. Let us see the social and environmental impact. Our commitment to using hydrogen-based steel manufacturing and AI-driven monitoring is a bold step towards achieving zero carbon emissions by 2050. This aligns us with global sustainable initiatives as the steel industry is one of the world's most energy intensive. The digital revolution in our industry is not just about reducing emissions, it's also about empowering our workforce. With better collaboration tools, enhanced safety measures, and digital training platforms, we are witnessing a remarkable increase in employee efficiency and engagement. Let's look at the impact on the cost. Implementing these technology entails significant upfront investments. However, the long-term benefits, including reduced operational expenses and minimized waste, far outweigh these initial costs, paving the way for sustainable profitability. While the cost of producing green hydrogen remains high, this investment is critical for our long-term sustainability goals. We anticipate these costs to decrease over time, aligning with the global energy trends and making this a viable long-term solution. Let's see the market positioning and competitive advantage. Our dedication to ESG principle has made us an attractive option for socially responsible investors, both domestically and internationally. Finally, let's look at the cost implication of generative AI. Our investment in generative AI is not just a financial decision, but a strategic one. The total cost is approximated around 19 crores, which represents only about 0.5% of our FY23 profits, is a testament to our commitment to innovation and sustainability. This investment is expected to yield significant returns in terms of operational efficiency, market positioning, and compliance with environmental standards. Anushka will take over now.
Guys, you have 6 minutes left, so plan accordingly.
Anushka, you are on mute.
Okay, thank you, Abhishek. So now I would like to take you through certain case studies that we came across, which can give us an example of how digitalization can bring about sustainability in the steel manufacturing process. The first case study is regarding supply chain and inventory management, where German steel manufacturer ThyssenKrupp is using an IoT-based system to automatically order raw materials when it falls below a certain level. Now, how can JSW use this? For example, in the year 2022, there was a sudden decrease in demand for steel in the global market, and an increase in steel inventory resulted in lowering of steel prices. AI/ML models can be used to forecast these kind of problems, and an IoT-based system can use this data to optimize the inventory level throughout the value chain. When it comes to supply chain transparency, Chinese steel manufacturers are using blockchain for cross-border trade settlement of iron ores. JSW has recently increased its share of imports of pulverized coal from Russia to nearly 10 to 15%. With the Russia-Ukraine crisis going on, we might need to diversify our coal suppliers. In such cases, a blockchain-driven supply chain can help maintain transparency and the quality of imports. Next, we come to vendor evaluation and management and sourcing. Tata Steel is using a blockchain-enabled paperless export to trade with its suppliers at Bangladesh. JSW also believes in selecting partners who align with their values, business ethics, and commitment to sustainable practices. Smart contracts can help us ensure that. Going ahead, we can talk about predictive maintenance and equipment safety. A very interesting case study of ArcelorMittal using video cameras installed at their crusher to detect the size of the rocks at the unloading point. This helps prevent damage to the crusher by huge rocks and decreases operational cost, making the process more efficient. From our interview with an ex-JSW employee of the Jharsuguda plant, we got to know that the size of the coal that is fed to the blast furnace has to be optimal for the process to be efficient and the quality to be maintained. This kind of technology can be used there to ensure the size of the coal that is being fed to the blast furnace. Finally, coming to compliance, monitoring, and safety, Tata Steel is using a 24/7 monitoring method to monitor the levels of pollutant gases in its emission from the Jamshedpur plant. JSW can also use this. As per a CPCB report of the JSW Sinter plant at Salem, there is a need to collect 4 samples per day with respect to particulate matters in the plant. This kind of a 24/7 air quality monitoring system can help us do so. It can also inform the supervisors in case of an issue and ensure on-time corrective measures. With that, I would like to open up for question and answers. Thank you.
Judges, you can ask away your questions.
Can you go to the first slide? There is a correction. See, the 13.5 million tons, you are saying the JSW total capacity?
Yeah, I mean, the downstream steel capacity.
No, it's a 28 million ton.
Okay, we actually got this data from annual reports.
No, what do you mean?
Yeah.
What do you mean by the downstream? Its total crude is 28 million ton. So everything, whatever you are making, we are not selling any secondary.
Okay.
Please check it again. That's one thing.
Noted.
And one more thing, see in the next, go to the next slide.
Yes.
Next. Okay. One area you mentioned the blast furnace channeling. I think it's in the next slide. Go to the fourth one.
The blast furnace. That would be the slide.
Okay. Okay. In this, see, the scaling up into the technology to simulate a larger scale blast furnace. So you're talking about the prototype, the third, this one, yeah.
I would like to take this up.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So here we are talking about a prototype. The problem will be when we scale up, there will be whenever the gas flows in and comes in contact with the iron ore, which is fed from the top, there will be certain air pockets and the gas won't flow uniformly. So in order to understand before scaling up into an actual process, we have to see if we scale up, what are the major problems and how can we ensure a uniform gas flow? Because if it gets, if their air pockets are forming, then the reaction will not take place and there will be this non-homogeneity in the product that we finally get. So yes, we have to do a simulation before that.
But see, if you are using the prototype, is exactly, can you able to simulate the right thing? Because see, if you are taking about the blast furnace in the tune of 4,000 cubic meters and all, see the channeling, whatever the channeling is happens. See, should you use the prototype or you should use the big data analysis? Because the heat dissipation will be there. There will be a lot many sensors for the measurement of the water flow and temperature.
Yes, sir. So we will not be able to exactly predict what will be the performance. But using a prototype, we can model, and then using big data analytics, we can also find out the problems that might come up. So we can use a mix of both the technologies in order to at least get some idea about what are the major challenges we will be facing. Obviously, when we actually implement it, there will be other challenges, but we can get some idea about what we should be doing using these technologies.
How do you use the blockchain for locating the source of supply?
So actually, blockchain technology is kind of a distributed ledger. So the moment the supplier, so we can have a kind of distributed system with the supplier. So the moment the supplier they adhere to all the compliances that we give them, this blockchain records that. And we also see that it has been recorded. So by no ways can a supplier in the future change it. And it will all the data that we get from there is trusted, and we can always go back and see if there is some kind of tempering. So it will always maintain a kind of transparency in the system.
Hello.
Shall I go next?
Yeah.
Okay. If you could go to the slide 2.
This one.
Yeah. Why you guys have not put slide numbers? I think that would be much easier. I think that's
Right.
one of the basic things that you should have when you're presenting. You should have slide numbers.
Right.
Yeah, you're saying that you are going to have implement this detection and all. How much cost would it incur if I have to collect data at so many places and so many points?
Right. The cost which we will be incurring would basically come from the IoT sensors which we'll be using. So okay. So we have these just right. So the IoT sensors would be installed in these site trimmings, and if in case there is some sort of defect which is occurring, we would be analyzing the site trimmings, and we'd be able to speculate what the where exactly on which plate the defect is, so that we could scarp it. So it depends on how much at what scale we are implementing these IoT sensors. But we have not done the cost analysis of cost analysis of installing these IoT sensors per plate. But yeah, I mean these costs are going to be much, but we would be able to break even because with the decreased defects, our efficiency would increase over time.
Are there any existing simpler technologies already in the market? Maybe even the scale of commoditized.
Right. So presently, we do the manual scarfing of the steel plates, which happens, and over there we also have computer vision cameras which are installed. But data analytics offers us a better way to do that, and because computer vision cameras are not as easily scalable as data analytics is. In terms, once we install the IoT sensors, we can scale it to whatever whatever extent, whatever tonnage we want to produce. Whereas in the case of, let's say, computer vision cameras, the more the tonnage, we will need to install more computer vision cameras, which is not the case with IoT sensors. So scalability is an issue, and that's why many companies, in fact, a company called POSCO Steel has also started using this method of using IoT sensors with the surface defect.
Have you read POSCO's case study anywhere?
So we did a case. We went across all the top steel producers in the world, and we saw what are the best practices which they're using.
Okay.
So
you guys have mentioned a lot about blockchain. I think you had a lot of blockchain mentioned in your presentation, and it is a very big component of your presentation. It's a good idea. Blockchain. There are many people who speak about blockchain and really fan of it. Again, my submission here is, what is the cost to implement this blockchain?
So again, regarding the blockchain and the costs involved, the cost mostly would be involved in setting up the distributed ledger and the centralized system which could track all the transactions which are happening. So costs involved would be huge. And as I mentioned, in the case of any digitalization, initial costs which are involved, they are offset by the benefits which we get in turn. The costs are huge initially, but as we can also charge a premium to our customers who will be buying this green steel, because we are ensuring through smart contracts and supply chain transparency that they're sourcing these materials from certified green suppliers. So those costs will be a concern initially, only to
Yeah, I mean, what is the biggest challenge? Because you're emphasizing that it is green steel because I'm evaluating my vendors and assessing my vendors, and then they're getting their thing on a blockchain. So and you're saying go and charge it to your customers. Maybe you have not done the cost analysis, so not sure if. But what is the biggest technical challenge, or maybe a general challenge that you would have if you have to implement this kind of solution with your vendors?
I would like to take this up. So if we implement the blockchain technology, the first challenge I see is vendors accepting this kind of a contract, because they might have their own setups going on there, and and asking them to onboard in this kind of a agreement, and they have to make certain changes at their end. So that might be one of the biggest challenges. However, we believe that the entire world is gradually moving towards greener and sustainable practices. So the vendors at their ends will also have to do it at some point of time. So building a kind of collaboration might help it, and using blockchain.
Anushka, wait. Understand the question. So it's a good idea. Why do I need blockchain to do that?
So we need blockchain because we are not exactly sure whether we want to ensure transparency, and whether when we have to show it to maybe our customers or our investors, this is a non-tampered method. So there is no chance of someone colluding the data in this process. That is why we should go for a blockchain method.
And what if the data that goes on the blockchain in the first place itself is not right?
Yeah, but in that case, that transaction will itself not be registered. So I mean, we have certain codes which will be executed only then the transaction is registered as a valid transaction. So certification after every transaction in the distributed ledger will be generated only when all the guidelines which you have established are followed.
So how do you validate what data has been submitted? If I manipulate that,
Right.
if somebody manipulates data and submits it, how can you control that?
Right. That is actually the reason why we are recommending blockchain as a solution, because verifying manually or verifying through existing technologies is very difficult. Certifying whether or not the supplier is actually using those technologies. So again, blockchain uses we'll have codes in place. The codes once executed in the exact algorithm when all the let's say the checkboxes are ticked, only then the transaction is recorded, only then the supplier, whatsoever practices he's using, if the boxes are not ticked, they'll not be able to execute that transaction. So that is where the blockchain comes in.
I would like to add a bit into this. For example, there is no manual recording. So if the supplier, suppose, has his own systems, and from his systems it is directly linked, the blockchain is linked to his systems. From there we get direct data. So you cannot manually tamper with that data. And from that data, we can actually use our algorithms to see if that person is complying to our.
So essentially, you are going to ask somebody's score that what data, give me all of your data and put it on the blockchain. Who is going to agree to it?
So that is when the distributed ledger comes into picture. It is anonymous.
I think that's I think in view of time, I would stop here and pause here, because in real world nobody would want to say, because if you are asking all this data, you are asking their business secrets. It's to the core. So let's hold here, because I'll ask one last question I have, that you showed I don't know what slide number again that was, but some cost analysis that you did for GenAI. Yeah, here. So you're saying hardware infrastructure is 1 crore rupees, right?
Yeah, that's for a plant in, let's say, in Vijayanagar.
So for Vijayanagar, I can deploy GenAI with a cost of 1 crore rupees is what you're saying.
For the hardware and infrastructure part, that's 1 crore, and for the building of the model and the software licensing, that's 2 crore, and it's taken from the secondary research and the pilots that been conducted in by the US Steel and many of the consultancy firms like Deloitte also. So this is an approximation.
So you directly picked up the numbers, or have you looked at the sizing of what technology is being implemented and some detail analysis?
So I have looked into the similar technology, such as this predictive maintenance and making a virtual manuals. So that technology we have looked into.
Okay, all right. I would take a pause here and sir.
So because of time, I will not ask questions. Just 2 corrections, please make. One is the capacity you have taken for the downstream capacity. Normally, plant will be measured with the total capacity. So downstream is only part of the total capacity. Please correct it. And the JSW as a steel company, we have not still taken for net zero by 2050. It is JSW Energy. So that also please correct it. The same slide we mentioned. Okay, thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question.
Thank you, the Vikings team. So judges, do you want to take a 10-minute short break, or should we continue with the next presentation?
Yes, 10 minutes break is better.
Okay. Then we'll have a 10 minutes break and then we'll resume.
Okay, thank you.
I'll request you all to turn on your cameras, please. We'll resume with the next team now. So we have Hellevators from IIM Lucknow.
Yeah, thank you.
I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you're audible.
Thank you. A very good afternoon to the esteemed judges. We are Team Hellevators from IIM Lucknow. I am Diksha Khatwani and I have my teammates Ayush Saxena and Rajesh Kumar with me to present our solution on the topic Technology Strategy for Sustainable Steel. Next slide, please. So we followed a three-pronged approach wherein we first looked at the prevalent issues, then the target or the objectives that are to be achieved, and then the key enablers that will help us achieve the targets. So climate change, as we all know, is one of the biggest challenges that humanity is facing today. A study by IPCC that aimed to evaluate as to which human-driven climate drivers have the most impact on climate change revealed that CO2 of all the drivers had the highest impact. This substantiates the need to start acting towards reducing the CO2 emissions. Looking at the current scenario, currently the steel industry is among the three biggest producers of carbon dioxide, accounting for nearly 10% of the overall CO2 emissions. When we compared the global and the Indian context, we found that CO2 emissions in India per ton of steel are around 2.55 tons, whereas globally the average lies at around 1.85. We then looked at the countries that import steel from India, among which European countries form a big chunk. Recently, European Union has levied a carbon tax on its steel imports, which will make Indian steel exports uncompetitive, resulting in a profit decrease of around $60 to $165 per metric ton between 2026 to 2034, in case we do not start acting on the CO2 emission reduction. Now, understanding the criticality of the situation at hand, we propose to leverage the enablers, which we have listed down on the left-hand side: resource efficiency, green hydrogen, scrap usage, and continuous and extensive monitoring to achieve the JSW's target to reduce CO2 emissions by 42% by 2030. Now we'll proceed towards our solution towards the right-hand side. To achieve this, we present our digital solution, a sustainability dashboard, which will track emissions across the value chain with integrated carbon offsetting, scrap monitoring, and CCUS, that is carbon capture, utilization, and storage monitoring. I would like to clarify the reason why we're including CCUS, even though it is still not matured yet, is because as per Ministry of Steel's press release of February 2023, for the medium term, that is 2030 to 2047, CCUS is one of the core focus areas. So through coming back to our solution, we aim to look at not just the emissions at a plant level, but the entire value chain, solving for scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. So our solution or the dashboard is working on three key levers. The first one is the continuous monitoring of the emissions across the value chain. The second one being the tracking and managing of carbon offsetting and capture. So how will this be done? This will be done by onboarding external carbon positive NGOs for offsetting the carbon dioxide emissions, which will include activities like afforestation and investment in climate action projects. This will also track the carbon offsetting activities of the internal activities as well. So what do we want to do? Ultimately, we also want to create an open platform, which will be like a marketplace for carbon credits for other firms. The third lever is the scrap usage, as depicted on the right-hand side bottom. The dashboard will track the waste produced, usage of the scrap in the steel making, and it will also help in facilitating scrap collection by onboarding third-party scrap aggregators. So the three levers that I mentioned, on these levers, we also propose using GenAI based recommendations. So how this will help? It will help in managing the sustainability practices better. And also the dashboard will provide more visibility for the top management. Next slide, please. Okay, we now look at our sustainability dashboard and its functioning in depth. Towards the center right, we have created a wireframe of the dashboard. On the dashboard, there is a navigation menu towards the left where we can choose from different tabs like emissions tab to track the emissions, check our compliance level, store and view any important documents with respect to internal or external entities, view data on the scrap reduced, and generate and view any consolidated reports that are important and any alerts that require attention. Here we have chosen the emissions tab, for example. Now if we move towards the center of the dashboard screen, we have two views, the plant level and the aggregate level. The aggregate level refers to the value chain view. Here for sample purpose, we have chosen the plant level. Now in the plant level, we have then customized our view as to which plant we are looking at and which period it is that we want to track. So these settings now give an emission overview where we can track multiple things like day-wise emissions, day-wise carbon capture, current scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. We can track carbon offsetting activities that are done by us or our NGO partners, and some important metrics like scrap to iron ore ratio in the steel produced for our plant. An important thing is, apart from displaying the data, it will also generate alert in case anything goes out of unexpected or out of hand, which basically needs our attention. So for example, here we can see there's an alert generated where we have created a scenario where our emissions from truck transport are exceeding the targets that we had set previously. And it is not just alerting us, but with the usage of GenAI, it is also giving an act now option with a potential solution for the issue. Like here, it is suggesting an alternate transport channel. Then towards the right, we have some report generation options also, where we can generate reports for State Pollution Control Board for compliance and sustainability reports also that we use to display to our stakeholders. Coming to its implementation in the bottom of the screen, for the implementation, we plan to use IoT sensors and edge computing for the data collection part, and cloud-based analytics software, ML and GenAI for the data analysis, post which the data will be visualized on the dashboard. Now, on researching, we came to know that JSW has integrated SAP HANA solutions in its operations. So we suggest to integrate our dashboard in the existing SAP solutions itself. Ultimately, the value that we as JSW would want to derive out of this dashboard is to easily track compliance and emissions across our plans as well as the value chain using a consolidated database. And by this, we want to standardize and automate the entire process, which will make some tasks like generating reports and government approval reports, etc., easier for us. An additional value for our customers that we have displayed on the bottom right of the screen is we can have a QR code on the packaging so that customers can use it and view sustainability reports directly on the website. How this will help? It will increase the transparency around our business. It will enhance customer engagement and brand equity, and also display our corporate responsibility. Over to you, Rajesh.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
So coming to the second part of our presentation, which is about using green hydrogen for production of steel. So we have tried to divide it into different sections, starting with first, trying to understand the current scenario and methods of steel making in India and what is their share. Second, where India stands when it comes to renewable energy, which is an important component in producing green hydrogen. Third, we will discuss what the overall process looks like for making steel using green hydrogen process. Third, we will discuss what the implementation and what the numbers look like when we come to using solar capacity for green hydrogen. And finally, we will discuss some of the potential and limitations of this process. So to start with, as you can see in the top left-hand corner, as we see from an IBEF report, we see that 43% of steel produced in India is still through the conventional blast furnace and basic oxygen furnace route, which is around and the next is 32% is through the DRI-EAF route, and the rest is produced from the scrap using EAF method. So now focusing on the DRI-EAF route, which is currently majorly using natural gas, syngas, or coke oven gas as a reducing agent, these gases can be replaced by green hydrogen as a reducing agent. So that will be our solution to produce steel using green hydrogen. Now coming to the detailed process, which is in the bottom of the slide. As you can see in the screen, renewable energy from solar plants or wind turbines will be used to break water into hydrogen and oxygen in an SOEC electrolyzer. The oxygen created from the process is further refined and may be used as a medical oxygen in hospitals. The hydrogen generated from the process is stored, which may be used further to reduce lump ore and pellets to produce DRI, which is directly reduced iron, and which will also power hydrogen fuel cells to generate electricity for the EAF, which will convert the DRI into crude steel. Now, some of the key highlights of the process would be definitely the use of renewable energy, the using recycled water from the fuel cell for electrolysis, and the production of medical grade oxygen as a byproduct, thus supporting the hospitals in the township and nearby area. So in the top right hand side corner, we talk about the current state of renewable energy in India. Currently, India is placed 4th globally in renewable energy capacity, and it also the fastest growing and the cheapest to produce solar power. This expertise can be leveraged to produce low-cost renewable energy and green hydrogen in the country. So coming to the next slide. So we have started with listing down some of the key technology enablers who will help us in implementing our green hydrogen solution. So for installation of solar or wind energy plant, Satwik, Siemens, and Suzlon are some of the top equipment providers in India. Coming to hydrogen supply in short term, till we build our renewable capacity, Reliance and NTPC are some of the companies that we can tie up with. And for the supply of industrial grade electrolyzer for generating hydrogen, Ohmium and Cummins are some of the major players in the market. Next, coming to the estimation of renewable energy capacity required to decarbonize JSW's complete operations, there are some assumptions that we have made after detailed study from different sources and some research papers. So some of the assumptions that we have taken are, it takes 40 to 44 kilowatt hours of electricity to produce 1 kg of hydrogen. 50 kg of green hydrogen is required to produce 1 ton of crude steel, and there are some other assumptions that we have made. So taking an example of a 10 gigawatt solar plant, it will produce around 36,500 gigawatt hours of electricity annually to produce 8.83 million tons of green hydrogen, which can be used to produce 16.6 million tons of crude steel. Now we look from the perspective of JSW, which has a total crude steel capacity of 27.7 metric tons per annum. The capacity of JSW to completely decarbonize it will require a solar capacity of 16.7 gigawatt. Now this is a huge capacity, which is around 10% of country's complete solar power capacity, and thus it would require a phase-wise implementation of around 5, 6, 7 years. So now finally coming to some of the potentials and limitations of hydrogen in steel making. So some of the potentials that we see here are lower emissions. As we see in a McKinsey study that by using green hydrogen, the emissions from the steel plants can be reduced by up to 95%. Other potentials are energy efficiency, the residue oxygen, and high quality steel. So one of the major focus in our process is the residue oxygen or the medical grade oxygen. So coming from steel plant area, I have lived all my life in Bhokal steel plant, which is a steel township. I've seen that usually steel plant townships are not very well connected to the grid, and usually there are a lot of problems when it comes to hospital and medical facilities. So generating medical grade oxygen for these steel plant areas, especially as we saw in the case of COVID and everything. So generation of medical grade oxygen from these areas can be a huge benefit when it comes to this process. Some other limitations of this process in steel making are, one is the high input cost. So basically for making this high solar capacity, we will require a large input cost. Others are infrastructure challenges, which is transitioning from the conventional blast furnace, waste furnace route to the hydrogen based route. Next is safe handling. So hydrogen is very difficult to handle in plants, and because of its flammability, and this would require very strict safety precautions. So safe handling is also a huge limitation. And of course, water scarcity. So about 9 kg of water will be required to produce 1 kg of hydrogen. And water scarcity, as we know in India, is a very huge problem. And that's why water scarcity is definitely one of the limitations. Next slide, please.
Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ayush. I'll be taking the presentation forward, discussing about future-proofing the steel industry with generative AI. So while thinking about the implementations of generative AI, we wanted to target the major problems in the industry and see how Gen AI can help to resolve them. So the first issue that we wanted to tackle is demand forecasting and inventory management. So while doing research, we found that the steel industry faces inventory management challenges due to the weight and volume of raw materials and finished products. Also, on average, inventory carrying costs can range from, say, 20% to around 35% of the value of inventory in industries like steel. So, this has a direct impact on profitability. Studies also suggest that inaccurate forecasting can lead to up to a 30% increase in inventory level in the steel industry. Also, this inaccuracy in predicting demand results in surplus inventory, contributing to high carrying costs and reduced operational efficiency, though this is our overall cycle. So while talking about the solution, the first solution, we talk about the data mining, so which can use the existing sales data as well as other data, and this data can be processed using generative AI, and we can develop the predictive modeling to propose the optimal inventory level for our company. Also, the impact of this will be that the inventory levels will be optimal, the waste will be reduced, eventually we will be saving a lot of costs. So around this, about the second major issue, which is about the machine defects and efficiency of machines. So inefficient machine can lead to significant downtime losses in the steel industry. Also, losses range from, say, around 5 to 20% of the total operational time. Moreover, inefficient machine often require more frequent maintenance. Research suggests that maintenance costs can increase by 30% due to poor machine efficiency. Hence, we are focusing on increasing the machine efficiency, helping in defect analysis and optimizing the machine. So in terms of process flow, so the machine will optimize the machine will analyze the AI will analyze the existing machine inputs. Also, in terms of analyzing, it will track the defects and the root cause about what the effects are coming and what are the root causes. In terms of the inputs, the AI will optimize the inputs. It will change the inputs slightly and see what are all the inputs that are working in terms of efficiency. Ultimately, this will reduce to improve process efficiency. So what are the impacts that we suggest from this? That there will be a overall improved quality control, enhanced efficiency, and in terms of maintenance will be very less, eventually saving up the cost. Now, the third solution is based upon helping the on-ground staff and improving their experience. So we propose to design a Gen AI-based assistant, which we named Kushal Gyan. So this assistant will be available in the form of a chatbot, very similar to, say, a chat GPT. So this will provide solutions at the fingertips of the staff, and the data specific to steel industry will be used to train this Gen AI. So though there's a lot of solution that we can say think about in terms of application, but let's say we'll start with the industry best practices. So what all currently are the best practices that are going in the industry? In terms of knowledge management, it can help in order to provide data or say some sort of process designs in terms of what are the recommended ways in order to do something. Also, this will be a 24/7 staff support. So the impact that we see, that the decision making process that is coming on to the ground level employees, it will be data driven. This will improve safety and as well as the enhanced user training. Now, in terms of use cases, so we researched about a company which is the US Steel. So they have a collaboration with Google Cloud, and the solution name is MindMind. So it aims to simplify the equipment maintenance by providing optimal solution for mechanical problems. So thus saving time and money and ultimately improving the productivity. Now let's talk about the technology adoption in terms of employees. So whenever we introduce a new technology, so on the left we have the framework. So whenever we introduce a new technology, the impact on existing employee is kind of huge. So they have a skill gap. They are more or less in fear that their jobs will be lost. Also, most of the times it is seen that the autonomy that they had with the previous process is going to change because now things are going to automate or some new processes are going to come. So this eventually leads to a resistance in change. Now, the four key intervention area that we propose where we can work our organizational agreement, social factors, technology, and physical settings. So this will eventually change the behavior, and this will not only lead to the individual development of the employee, but as well as increase the operational performance. So in terms, if we say talk about the key intervention area which are in our hand to work, so cross training is one of the things, because if employee is in fear of losing a job, we can cross train them with different purposes. The second is sequential implementation. So in case
Guys,
if
you
we are
have
launching,
only 1 minute left now, so plan
yeah,
accordingly.
yeah. So in case if we are say launching a new technology, so we should launch it phase wise. So if we launch it in a one plant, so we should take the learnings from that plant and implement the best practices while scaling it up. In terms of technology, so we need to explain the working of technology, say not in depth, but we need to explain why this thing, why we are implementing the new technology and how it can make their life easier. And in terms of on ground assistance, so there can be a team of specialized people, so which can be chosen from among the mass cohort, so which are say tech savvy, so we can train a small number of employees which can further train their co-employees. So these are one of the major intervention area that we propose. So that's all from our end. Thank you. We are now open to questions.
We can start with the Q&A round, judges.
Yeah, I will start quickly. So you have suggested one sustainability dashboard for JSW. So have you gone through our existing dashboard?
I would like to start here. Yes, we actually went through the annual reports wherein we saw that there's a dashboard called SEED, SEED, Sustainable Energy, Environment and Decarbonization, if that's what was asked. So we saw that it is currently tracking the emissions at the machine level and that too at the plant level. And it is at a very nascent stage. Plus, we wanted to improvise on that so that we can track the emissions across the value chain and adding certain additional values like giving recommendations and then onboarding certain external stakeholders like NGOs and then scrap aggregators, etc.
Okay, now we have one more dashboard for all the plants together. Anyway, okay. Second question is, you mentioned short-term hydrogen can be brought. Short-term
Yes.
and yeah. So, do you feel it's possible hydrogen bringing from somewhere else, keeping the quantity requirement in mind? Is it possible to transfer?
So of course, sir, for the complete decarbonization of the plant, it is not very possible. Like let's say for Vijayanagar steel plant, which has a major capacity of steel production, for the complete decarbonization, it is not very possible. But for a pilot project, like if we are just starting the project, then we may require to buy some hydrogen from the market, because setting up the solar plants and setting up the wind plants will take a huge amount of time. And for a pilot project, maybe we can buy some hydrogen from the market.
Okay, in the same slide, you mentioned about water scarcity.
Yes.
So now we are focusing on reducing the greenhouse gas emissions, rather CO2 emissions, right? So at the same time, if you look at our capacity, approximately I have just calculated, around we need 10 to 12 million cubic meter of water.
Yes, sir.
So it is only for JSW. So considering the total steel industry in India, how much water requirement is there, we can just guess. So one side we are trying to reduce the CO2 emissions, but at the same time, the hydrogen requirement is going to create a big, huge water scarcity in the country. So do you feel, is it a right approach? That's just.
So as we have mentioned in the slide, we have calculated the solar capacity and the capacity for complete decarbonization of JSW operations. This may not be a good approach. Like we can decarbonize some part of the operations, right? And also, as we have mentioned in the previous slide, that what we have suggested is using a recycled water for this electrolysis operation. So wastewater generation that usually happens in the production of steel, and that comes from the township, the wastewater, whatever from the drainage water, that can be recycled to use in the electrolysis process. But still, I think the complete decarbonization would not be possible at this moment.
Okay, thank you.
I have one question here. So, you've done good study and good presentation. Again, you could put slide numbers. I don't know if it's not only visual, not just me or what. But yeah, I have one question. You showed a dashboard. What is the biggest challenge in having this dashboard? You said connect with SAP. Good, we'll connect with SAP. But what is the biggest challenge that we have?
So I would like to start and then my teammates can join in. So one challenge that I feel, since our entire analysis is based on data, and we are tracking not just the plant level data, but data from across the value chain from different sources. So first of all, the data collection itself would be a big challenge, and the accuracy of that data will also matter, because ultimately we are using this data to make certain big decisions. And then, since we are getting it from across different sources, it will be heterogeneous. So by heterogeneous, I mean it will be in different formats. So a lot of data cleaning will be required, and we also need to standardize the process so that a same type of data is collected from everywhere. If we require five, if 5 metrics are required, so 5 metrics should be collected from all the plants and all across all the sources. There should be no missing part in that. If my teammates would want to add anything.
Yes, Diksha, so you completely talked about. So one of the major thing was to integrate the data. So as you mentioned that the data would be heterogeneous, and in terms of integration with the data, there are a lot of stakeholders involved. So not only the internal sensors are involved, but say if we are partnering with NGOs, so the data needs to come from the NGOs as well as the scrap dealers. So data integration is still one of the major challenge which I think in this particular approach.
And any solution that you would like to propose to that challenge?
So in terms of data integration, so I've worked in SAP before. So we have used the PIPO servers, which were actually used to extract the data, which used to act as a barrier between both the SAP system and between the third party. So we used to sanitize the data in the PIPO system, and it used to come in a standard format within the SAP. So we can integrate the data using that approach.
And what would you suggest? Should this go on premises, or should this go on cloud? What would be an ideal scenario and why?
Yeah, I would suggest it should go on cloud. So earlier, a lot of clients used to have on-premise system, but as we are getting onto the cloud, the cost benefit in terms of moving towards the cloud are very evident, and in terms of maintenance also, cloud is a huge relief in terms of maintaining the on-premise system. So I would suggest going on cloud.
Are you sure cloud is cost effective as compared to
Yes, sir. So usually I've seen there are two types of plans. So one are where you go into say long annual contracts or long contracts, and the second are in terms of say the hourly contracts or per basis use. So you usually keep the production system on long-term contracts and the testing and development system on short-term contracts. So this is how I've seen clients optimize their costs.
Thank you.
Judges, are we done with the questions?
Yes.
Okay, so then thank you, Team Hellevators. Now we have Team
Thank you so
Omega.
much.
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, am I audible?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So I will be sharing my screen now. So is the PPT visible?
Yes, Nitish.
Yes, you can proceed.
Yeah. Okay. Give me a second. I'm just placing the. Yeah. Shreyan, we'll be moving ahead.
Uh,
Yeah, Kriti, sorry. Kriti.
Good afternoon, esteemed judges and fellow participants. We have so far witnessed the impressive ideas presented by our predecessors. Now, as we, Team Omega, delve into our presentation, we hope we can get your appetite fired up and going before the lunch break. The problem statement clearly elucidated the required goals, but we choose to take a brief detour to look at the sustainability issue faced by the steel industry, globally, nationally, and within JSW. CO2 emission, energy consumption, and operational waste handling struck out us as a crucial point for this overview. Therefore, the value chain was a drawing board, across whose component we mapped out to the specific solution. First of which is digitalization in supply chain, addresses the issues of emission as well as energy consumption while looking at the outbound and inbound logistics in the value chain. Nitesh.
Yeah. A digital supply chain essentially means an optimized network designed for logistics. Philips, BASF, etc. are already doing this. Presently, the optimization is done only on the existing logistics network and transportation data using software like any logistics, AIMS, etc. Tata Steel has used such an application to reduce its logistics cost by 90 crore and emissions by 550 tons. We, through our solution, are adding another layer to this. This is to include CO2 emissions in the network design parameter considerations. The difference it will create is in the incorporation of interventions like use of multimodal transport options, use of alternative fuels like B5 diesel for different terrain, warehouse location planning, etc. in the new development. The estimated cost of implementing this solution at JSW Steel is 2.36 crores, and it will lead to a cost saving of 73 crores annually based on a conservative estimate of only 1% improvement. And yet, sustainability cannot be attained with efficient networks alone. All stakeholders need to be roped into the process, which is where we began to look into the next solution. This is digital ESG risk assessment of suppliers using sentiment analysis and AI algorithms. 45% of CO2 emissions of scope 3 are from category 1. This is purchased goods and services in the steel industry. To tackle associated risk, we recommend a simple digital questionnaire to gather ESG data and sentiment analysis on open source data on our suppliers, which will be periodically updated. STRI scoring methodology is used to assess said questionnaire. The output is then mapped on a digital dashboard. The dashboard will score suppliers by sentiment analysis and their respective ESG commitments about emissions, energy, or water consumption, etc. By automating the procedure of supplier risk assessment, the coverage of risk assessment of suppliers can be extended to all tier 1 and tier 2 suppliers and even vendors eventually. This would also be beneficial for the upcoming JV between JSW and SAIC. The estimated cost of developing such a solution is 17 lakhs and an operating cost of 10 lakhs. Both of these solutions seen so far can be implemented within a timeline of 6 months. Our third and last solution on digitalization will be tabled by my teammate, Shyam.
So the industry saw blockchain's usage in Ford and LG's cobalt procurement from Congo in 2019, in Tata Steel's export operation to Bangladesh in 2021, and even in CTAG's continual city waste management efforts in Bangalore. The first of these was brokered by Standard Chartered and was basically a financial transaction that was conducted using blockchain. Obviously, blockchain is now mainstream. It, as we know, uses a combination of smart contracts and unique identification to generate a data transparency of the supply chain, which is only going to increase in the coming years. Organizations will strive to deal with it through hybrid blockchains and other means. So as we see at the bottom of the screen, 73% consumers already stress on the importance of traceability to them, as per a report by MDPI. Organizations like Lenovo have also experienced 80% better switching capability in the face of post-COVID bullwhip effect and up to 10% lower inventory turnover. So as we can see, as blockchain is adopted across the value chain for various purposes, we have recommended adding the slag and scrap waste to the blockchain network, besides raw material and finished product, of course. We foresee a future where JSW's product is sold to a construction major, and we can use the margin from that sale or scrap to make the steel pricing even more competitive, and then sell green steel that can gain customers' trust using, say, digital product passports. Reverse supply chain can also be established from the data gathered from this network, of course, as allowed by the other players, the vendors and the suppliers, and to process own scrap as well as others, and to make an entire recycling vertical as possible from this data collected.
Coming to the second major ask of the case, hydrogen in steel manufacturing. We have listed the various usage and their impact as well as challenges. Injection of hydrogen in blast furnace, DRI gas hydrogen injection, and hydrogen DRIF EAF have already been discussed. Other novel ideas are replacement of oxy-fuel with hydrogen as fuel in ladle preheating, hydrogen flame shroud fuel in electric arc furnace, and hydrogen as fuel in burner. Another cost-intensive idea is usage of atomized and H+ ions for directly reducing iron in hydrogen plasma smelting process. But the thing to keep in mind is steel manufacturing is a capital-intensive process. Any process change comes at a great cost. To prioritize our solutions, we first try to identify how ready hydrogen economy is ready to cater the needs of steel industry. For complete decarbonization of steel industry in India, 6 million tons of green hydrogen is required, which will require around 56,000 megawatts of electricity and 60 million tons of water. And for the same, current price of hydrogen needs to go down from $5 to $6 to $1 to $2. Moreover, there are issues related to distribution and regulation of usage of hydrogen in steel manufacturing. In this context, we use a bubble diagram with carbon abatement cost on x-axis, reduction in CO2 emissions on y-axis, and bubble size indicating the comparative capital cost of implementing such technology. As we can see, green hydrogen-based DRI EAF and gas injection required very high carbon abatement costs, thus making it less feasible in the short run. As per our assessment, the feasible technologies for current scenarios are usage of blue hydrogen with steam methane reforming with around 90% carbon capture and storage, for which the carbon abatement cost will come around 300 tons per ton CO2. Other short-term measures is replacement of oxy-fuel with hydrogen as discussed before. It will not only reduce carbon emissions, but reduce flue gas emissions as well. Lastly, I would like to discuss one of the promising technologies for future that we came across during our research was hydrogen plasma smelting process, which is still in its nascent stage, but a promising one, as it can work with low-grade ores and iron ore fines. And if its trials are successful and it can be scaled for industrial production, the production cost will be low and very environmental friendly.
Generative AI, our third ask from the case, is now being used to create unthought of new applications and is being seen as having a leg over any existing software in many aspects, three of which we will address now. So, University of Melbourne used over 20 years of historical data and training to create MineOptima, a network optimization software later bought by RPM Global. The software was able to make up to 15 mine network design options a day, far ahead of the industry standard of 2 designs every 6 months. We propose a multimodal generative AI that performs at par, if not at a better rate. The difference, however, would be that network optimization needs to be retrained for different types of sites and ores and cannot deal with complex, unstructured, unstable, or unavailable data. Here, the creativity of Gen AI comes in for the rescue. Herein, historical data is combined with existing constraints. It is then trained using ML on said data. The generative adversarial networks churn out multiple outputs that progressively inch closer to the required solutions. Live data and feedback also update the model continually. Atop this, the LADMP, or the Aided Dynamic Mine Plan that I'll get to now, runs. So a mine site manager essentially has his daily production commitments. He has ore grade issues, fault lines, machinery availability issues, all of which he must manage based on his or her experience and intuition. He does not have a forecast about the upcoming days of production and he usually meets the highest possible production amounts as required on that specific day. However, this very often is proven inefficient in the longer run. This is exactly where said solution comes in, and it would come in and give him alternative plans which he can choose from, and he can choose from the most efficient plans, 3D models for how the excavation and haulage should be conducted in the form of the live aided dynamic planning software that I've mentioned that will run on the GenAI model that we explained. Tata Steel, realizing this early on, has used almost 5.2 petabytes of data last year and used artificial intelligence to save nearly $2 billion at this point. In the recently purchased virgin coking coal mine in Jharkhand, JSW invested almost 2,000 crores. Even a 1% increase would result in savings of 20 crores justified by the one-time and recurring costs of making the system, which of course my teammate Preeti will now get to.
Moving toward the second solution of generative AI, US Steel, in collaboration with Google Cloud, is planning to develop MindMind, a Gen AI assisted maintenance software focused on repair of their trucks for now. Said the trucks suffer from lack of expertise maintenance in their out of their company's premises. Hence, the solution is
Preeti, you're not audible.
Kriti, you are actually not audible.
I am not sure if I am the only person who is not able to.
Yeah, she's not audible. So we will just contact her. I think she got. You dropped off. I think you dropped off. Kriti, you dropped off. तेरी voice नहीं आ रही है. You join back. I will tell you from where to start. Okay.
Nitesh, due to the paucity of time, I think I can handle a part. I can take up a part. Is that okay?
Just wait a few seconds. If she's not joining back, then we can continue.
sorry for the
Okay, sure.
Sorry for the
Okay, you can start with the second solution. Please start from the second solution. Maintenance assist.
Moving toward the second solution, maintenance assist. US Steel, in collaboration with Google Cloud, is planning to develop MindMind, a Gen AI maintenance assistant software focused on repair of their trucks for now. Said the trucks suffer from lack of expert maintenance outside the company premises, and hence there is a solution. We proposed to localize this for JSW's 8,000 blue-collar workers. Given the non-uniform labor expertise across India's manufacturing sectors, and hence downtime it lead to. The historic data on machinery malfunctions, product defects, and other recovery issues, and their uneventful resolution can be built with the help of the model. Nitesh, can we zoom into the solution?
Yeah.
This can be fed into a user interface with multi-modal input, like product images or the text and any other required input. The output would be simple and bonicular at the employee's fingertip, but accessible within the plant's premises for the data security. US Steel expect a downtime reduction of 20% and similar, if not better, awaits for JSW. including predictive maintenance, is expected to lower down the breakdown time by 70%, and maintenance costs can be reduced by 25% as per the Deloitte reports. Can we move to the next solution?
Yeah, go ahead.
In the industry, every organizations and even the organizations like DS, together with the Amazon ASW, has begun the process of creating personalized employee training and evaluation system. Plan is to feed the KPIs of the employees, current qualification, goals, measure dimension of the intelligence, role preference, and ultimately the organization's expectation of his or her goals with the generative AI model and overall objective. The output will be folded in two portions. The first is personalized test to observe the content and content absorption and the improvement in the performance on one hand. Tailored content, note, brief, specific book, and references courses can be available to the companies on the second. An emotionally intelligent person who gravitate towards the customer-centric roles, while an erratic and technical folk who gravitate toward the domain of his dream can utilize it. Even the performance evaluation become more accurate as we know the employee's exact capabilities and his or her domain. A new system rarely gives a given number, but McKinsey's global survey on AI report says that it can be done. 31.29 hours of employee training hours to employee training presently provide JSWs as per ESG data book. It could also improve the outcome by 60% and could help around 5,000 white-collar workers of JSW groups. Moving toward the cost structure, we indeed attempted to create an estimate from Amazon ASW considering one-time model development and training costs, which was about to be $85 to $170, and monthly data storage and processing cost up to $24,000 a yearly, or roughly between 0.8 to 1.7 crores as per the solution in the first year. To be more cost effective, we also recommended using one subscription for training all the model at one part.
With this
Yeah,
slide,
go ahead.
we are coming to the end of our solutions. And in the end, we will try to get an idea of how all these changes would impact the group's employees. Human experience is, of course, difficult to quantify, especially so in foresight. Nitesh, can you do?
Yeah.
Yet we know that Pew Research tells us that 39% Americans feel negatively about AI evaluating their performance, as you can see on the bottom left, against 31% who view it positively. McKinsey's Global Institute's research also tells us higher earners will show greater adoption, but AI will contribute to almost a fifth of the productivity increase expected between now and 2040 globally. So digitalization and AI would together in general support decision-making process, while hydrogen's usage would create a safer work environment. However, we have also decided to map our solutions against JSW's key outcomes and emphasis areas as per their ESG data book on the top left. For example, we can see that employee training and evaluation using GenAI would affect the emphasis areas of best-in-class labor practices, employee engagement, as well as learning and development. Coming back to the support for decision making, we have also mapped JSW's identified materiality and risk, as you see on the right side of the screen, directly impacted by our solutions. So we see GenAI's maintenance assist contributing to innovation and employee well-being, as well as mitigating HR and occupational safety risks. Thus, in the end, a bespoke solution with layers in it, prioritized by their cost and impact, would help bring us gradual change to the value chain, and our varied solutions attempt to do just that. Lastly, a heartfelt thank you to the panel and my fellow participants for your time and undivided attention.
Judges, we can start with the Q&A.
Yeah, Prakash, will you take up first?
Okay. How does the maintenance assist work? Can you elaborate?
Sure, sir. Thank you for the question. I would like to take this question.
Yeah, sure.
Uh, maintenance assist is a generative AI-based tool which is planning to help the employees in the manufacturing unit when they are in the plant. If, for example, if we have a if there is an equipment which is not working properly, or if there is a defect which is happening, and there is the need of a particular labor which is need to resolve, and the labor is not available, and if the labor is not able to meet the requirement, so what maintenance assistant do is maintenance assistant can take the input from the user, and it can answer. Nitish, can you please zoom into the annexure,
Which one?
the first annexure, UI.
UI.
Maintenance assist zoom. Yeah.
Zoom.
Just give me a second.
So, sir, it
No,
will detect.
I'm not getting which zoom are you calling.
The zoom.
Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, sure.
So here, if we can see, if a user is using a maintenance assist, it can be an application form of in your mobile application, and user can type that this is an issue which is happening in a particular machine, and with the help of the historic data which is present with the AI and processing that, or with the JSWs as well as the industry specific data, it can build the answers according to that and can help at that time, and which can reduce the lead time and downtime of the machines.
No, what is the data capture mechanism? How do you
So the
assume?
data, yes, sir. Sure. So data capturing mechanism can be because with the help of the historic data, which is present. It can be the JSW data as well. It can be the machinery data as well, and it can be like overall industry data which is happening around. And on the basis of that, the AI model can be trained, and that AI model can give us the result on the basis of that.
No, you said suppose some worker is not there at a particular place. How do you know? How do you come to know that a particular worker is not there at a particular place?
No, sir, it's not focusing on a particular worker. It is saying that if a worker is not able to match the requirement and want to work, and there is no one available, so what it will do, it will ask if an employee is there and who can ask the question with what is happening in the equipment and how to resolve it. So it will give the answer on the basis of that. So it will give those answers. And apart from that, sir, it can also detect the any error which is happening in the product. Let's say when there is a breakage happen when a sheet is folded. So what it can do is it can ask it why this breakage happened. With the help of image, it can upload a user can upload the image, and it can process from which machinery what process of manufacturing the defect has happened, and it can answer that as well.
I just have one question. Can you go to bubble diagram?
Yes. Yes.
So you have taken carbon abatement versus percentage of reduction of CO2.
Yes, sir.
DRI gas H2 injection 90%.
Yes, sir. So these are yes, sir. Sir, on the right hand side, these are for the green hydrogen, and on the left hand side, these are for the blue hydrogen, sir. So that is why the carbon abatement cost is different for these two, sir.
Okay. So I was just confused. Both the places same.
Yes, sir. Actually, these are from the blue hydrogen with carbon capture and storage, and these are from the green hydrogen, sir. The green hydrogen, the cost of production green hydrogen is high, so that is why, sir, it is on the right hand side, sir.
Okay.
Can you please go to the GenAI part, the next use cases?
Sure, sir.
So here you're speaking about product design, and so in terms of product design, or employee training and evaluation, maintenance asset. So what is the challenge that you would have when you are implementing Gen AI?
Can I take up the question?
Yes.
So, for example, in case of production design, I would say the challenge is lesser because the technical data is already in 3D models and the constraints are very well defined. But for the training of the models, the constraints and the training regime has to be entirely built from the scratch. Because in a lot of these cases, especially say for employee training and evaluation, the model for these things has not been done in most places. Even the salt system, the AWS model is very new. The MindMind model is very new. It hasn't been implemented in most places. So the constraints that have to be applied on it are not available easily. And the Gen AI part is probably a subscription, but the model atop it to fit to my needs is difficult to create.
So tell me, what about my data security? Is my data exposed to the world when I'm using Gen AI, or how does this work?
So I would
So
like
if
to take.
Sure.
So I would like to take this question. So it won't be exposed to the world, firstly, because the Gen AI is now being personalized with the companies and it is working with their own data and talking about, let's say, about maintenance assist. We are feeding the machine with the JSW data as well as with the industry specific data. So what we are doing is this application would be open with only the JSW premises with like location securities we can build up. And even when we talk about on internet, like companies have tie up with talk about Google Cloud or Amazon AWS. They prefer to make it secure and make it into a specific like for the company, and there are laws, so they won't be opening the data, and the data of security will be surely be there.
So say if I go with any of these Gen AI providers, what if I would go and you implement it, and if you're keeping it in closed loop, so what happens is the model is continuously upgrading itself in the backend, right? So my model doesn't get updated. So what happens in that case? Because my model is deployed in my tenant. That's what you're saying.
Can I answer that?
Yeah, please.
Since I talked about live updates to the system, if I am facing a new kind of issue, say faults in the mines or anything else, and if that doesn't get updated, then the system doesn't learn how to plan accordingly. So I have to essentially update that for the system to apply the next 3D take that into consideration in the next 3D model. If I don't upload that data, if I don't update that information, then it doesn't get considered the next. So in my own interest, I should do it.
So in your own interest, you should expose your data or model to the world.
If RPM Global is working with Gen AI, or even Dassault Systems is working with Gen AI with AWS, if US Steel is, then I'm sure data security is a major concern that they have. And they are also protecting their data from being exposed to other competitors, and their service providers are also taking.
So when the model gets updated, okay, so maybe version 2.3, 2.4, that comes into picture. Who owns the IP of that model?
The model is belonging to the company who puts the constraints. Only the Gen AI belongs to
the model, yeah. So the model is getting updated, or the Gen AI is getting trained and implementing back to my system, right?
So the Gen AI essentially has a multimodal machine learning and a generative adversarial network that is able to learn. The historical data as well as the constraints are fed externally by the subscriber to the model. So that will be on my own system. The Gen AI is only made by the company, say Google or AWS. So both the historical data and the constraints have to be fed by me. Its ability to learn is preset.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Do we have more questions or we should stop sharing?
Do we have any more questions, judges?
No, from my side, no.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity, sir.
Thank you, Team Omega. And now we'll have a lunch break and we'll resume at 2 sharp.
Thank you.
Thank you.
you.
Hi, Tabish, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, please let Sai Rama sir in. Let everyone in, those who are in the waiting room.
Can we start?
Prakash Sappa sir is yet to join. Shall we wait for him?
Okay.
Yeah.
He's joining in another 2 minutes. We'll wait.
Okay, sir. Tapish,
Yeah.
please give the host rights to the next teams. It's Team Elementals.
So who is going to present?
I am going to present Shubhi.
Yeah, you can start, Shubhi.
Just a minute, we'll wait for Prakash Sappa sir to join. As soon as he joins, you can start.
Okay.
Yeah. Team Elementals, you can start with your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Team Elementals from the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade. My team members consist of 3 people. First is me, Shubhi Menwal, then Rishi Raj Sharma, and Mohammad Shumail Ahmed. So JSW has been committed to sustainability and is proactively identifying initiatives for performing beyond the environmental, social, and governance commitment. So our problem statement was to build a technology strategy to contribute towards the steel company's ESG goal. So before going into this main solution, let us go through the overview of JSW. So JSW runs a beautiful amalgamation of innovation and manufacturing. So for innovation, they have a diverse product portfolio ranging from hot rolled coils to grinding balls. And talking about their manufacturing unit, these manufacturing unit are integrated steel manufacturing units, which are diversifying from raw material processing plants to downstreaming value-added product capacities. Deep diving into the green targets of the company, the carbon emission intensity, which was for the last year 2.36, and by the end of 2029, they're targeting a number of 1.95. For the waste recycled, it was 93% for the last year, and for the year which they are targeting is 2029, they are targeting a complete of 100%. For specific fresh water consumption, it was 2.45 metric cube, and they are targeting a 2.21 target for the year of 2029. So talking about the 2 main things, that is digitization and sustainability. Firstly, digitization runs on 3 major principles for the company, that is agility, valuelence, and sustenance. So for agility, they are trying to focus a fail-fast approach for continuous improvement. And for the valuelence, they are trying to keep the ROI key for the investment safety, added focus, and customer experience. And for sustenance, they are trying to nurture the in-house talent and promote horizontal deployment. So the main thing which JSW is right now promoting and doing is the smart steel factory, and the whole system is divided into 5 parts. So the first one is smart projects, which includes the in-house technology architecture value simulation. Next is the smart mining, which includes outbound logistics tracking through geospatial tracking, yard management, through process automation. Next is the smart iron zone, which would be AI-enabled security surveillance security system, and the smart steel zone, which includes robotics in coated steel operation, prediction of steel mechanical properties. Lastly, the smart mill zone that consists of zinc dross removal through the advanced robotics. Now, going on to the sustainability part, the sustainability part runs on 5 major principles. That is, first one is the climate change, which includes the transition of the thermal energy to the renewable energy. For the water security, they're trying to maintain a zero liquid discharge across all their operations. And for the waste management, they're trying to integrate strategies towards efficient waste management, focusing on the zero waste to landfill and promoting circular economy. Now talking about the air emission, they're trying to adopt the best available technologies, that is oven pressure control technology in their sintering, and also CDQ in their plants. Talking about the last part, that is the biodiversity. They want to continue to enhance the biodiversity at all their locations and operations to achieve a no net loss and increase the green cover across the operations. So, talking about these combination of digitization and sustenance, they are integrating all of this mining, finance, supply chain, manufacturing, and marketing through their two projects, that is Project Sampark and Project Samarth. So, Project Sampark aims to optimize their logistics efficiency by leveraging technology and in their process. And Project Samarth aims to drive the process and technology transformation in the finance process, like direct tax, indirect tax, and treasuries. So this is what is JSW doing right now. And upon researching upon all of that, we try to come up with our solution, that is Project Saksham. And this would be explained further in the next slides.
So the Project Saksham is majorly concentrated.
Rishiraj, you are speaking on mute.
Yes. So the Project Saksham, it is focused upon the third aspect, that is the supply chain. So now turning our attention into this, the Project Saksham is divided into the three key stages. The first part is the vendor management system. It addresses challenges faced by firms such as data discrepancies, the inability to effectively leverage multiple sourcings, and also without a centralized data system ensuring a compliance with regulation and governance, standards become increasingly difficult, exposing companies to legal and regulatory risks. So, implementing a robust vendor management system can mitigate these challenges. It facilitates vendor evaluation and selection by considering critical factors such as performance history, pricing, quality, and capacity. Additional features including alternative supplier planning, a vendor compliance dashboard, a tools for data analytics based reporting, enhance the ability to analyze overall vendor performance. A unique use case that we found was from the Tech Gear, a UK-based firm that previously encountered similar challenges, but by integrating ChatGPT with a normal vendor management system, they achieved significant results. The system, in addition to the above features, had features like automatic generation for requests for quotations, vendor support, assistance in supplier onboarding, contract management support, and also invoice lead time reduction. Other notable use cases which used not the same but AI-based vendor management system included Unilever, which utilized an AI-based platform called XAI. The time spent on contract analysis was reduced by impressive 70%. Siemens leveraged a similar platform called Vendor Match. These examples highlight the versatility and effectiveness of integrating and advanced technologies into vendor management system. So we analyzed how a VMS system integrated with ChatGPT like generative AI can be integrated with JSW on three parameters. First, its technical feasibility, employee acceptance, and risk assessment. As for the technical feasibility, the system can be integrated with the Project Sampark for the real-time data regarding the invoice and other outsourced material, and also the current inventory tracking and data history for better results. Then, as for the risk, the level is considered to be low due to the robust AI-based security system that is deployed in JSW. And finally, employee acceptance is predicted to be high due to user-friendly interface and lack of training required. Now, understanding what's in it for the supplier, because one of the major issues that a vendor management system can face is the suppliers' data. So what's in it for the suppliers in this? Those suppliers, they will get timely payment updates, transparent procurement process, continuity of orders, and also capacity building support. And finally, as for the sustainability, we align with sustainability goals 9, 7, 12, and 17 with responsible production and consumption. Now, the further part will explain by my teammate Shumal.
Can we go to the next slide?
Yeah. Can we go to the next slide?
Yes, I'm trying to move it to the next slide.
Yes. So for the stage 2 of Saksham, we will integrate the our digital twin. Will make digital twin of our manufacturing process, and as we can see from the flow chart here, so basically here we'll integrate sensors and IoT devices in our manufacturing processes, which will collect different kind of data, high frequency, low frequency, as well as a operator would take in manually collected data. These data would then be fed into the digital twin of our manufacturing process. So some of the key features of this digital twin would be that these sensors and IoT devices, after taking these data, would help us to monitor and control the manufacturing process in real time, and would allow us to immediately respond to any kind of deviation or issues that we might face. It would also help us to simulate any kind of supply chain scenarios, for example, capacity constraint, demand fluctuation, in order to test the resilience of the system. And it would help us to proactively identify any kind of bottleneck issues or manufacturing or supply chain issues that we might face and take any preventive action. So we have tried to take it a step further, and we would try to make digital twin of not just the manufacturing process, but also of the other parts of the supply chain, like distribution center and warehousing. So what this would help us to do is to enhance the visibility across the supply chain, not just the manufacturing part. And it would also help us to share insights between different parts of the supply chain and automate a lot of processes and take predictive maintenance. So for this, we have done a three-dimensional analysis on a three-dimensional three verticals, which are employee acceptance, technical feasibility, and risk assessment. So as we can see, the employees would need to be trained to get accustomed to digital twin. And for this, we can collaborate with GSW Internet Portal. And the employee acceptance, if we can rate it as medium. When it comes to technical feasibility, we have to check the integration with Sampark as well as with the stage 1 of the project Saksham. And we have to see if we can do the real-time coordination with Sampark for logistic adjustment for any kind of disruption. So technical feasibility of this project is also medium, while the risk assessment part, there is some sort of risk of data theft or data storage, since these would include cloud storage. So for this, we have to take certain preventive actions. And when it comes to addressing the different goals of SGDs, our solution addresses goal 9, 12, 13, and 17 of SGDs with the help of supply chain visibility and transparency. And it also helps us to reduce a lot of wastage and also reduces the emission and helps us to better optimize our resource utilization. So furthermore, Rishraj will explain.
So now coming on to the third stage of the section, where in the first part we dealt with the outsourcing part. With the digital twin, we dealt with the manufacturing part of the supply chain. Now how a supply chain can be resilient to international and other global shocks will be dealt in the third stage. Without a supply chain risk radar, company faces challenge in identifying and mitigating the potential disruptions, leading to increased vulnerability of unforeseen events such as natural disasters, geopolitical issues, or global pandemics. Lack of real-time visibility hampers proactive decision makings and limits the ability to build a robust resilience strategy. Thus, implementing a supply chain risk radar can benefit a firm with features like risk heat map, which assist a decision maker by providing visual aids to these risks with color-coded indicators of risk severity and potential impact on the supply chain. Apart from that, the system offers recommendation for risk mitigation, helping organizations proactively. And other tools like scenario analysis, supplier risk assessment can be used for future decision making. There are several cases, use cases. A firm used the risk radar to mitigate or reduce the risk. For example, Walmart. The risk radar reportedly helped them avoid around 10 million pound of food wastage by predicting and mitigating potential disruptions in their food supply chain. Similarly, for Nestle, their system is credited with reducing product recall by 20%. Another use case is Ford, where with the leveraging risk radar, they were able to identify the bankruptcy of the supplier risk advance in months. So we analyzed how well a supply chain risk radar again can be integrated with JSW over these same three parameters. So as for the technical feasibility, it is considered currently to be low, as the system had to be integrated with the stage 2 data and also various data sources from both external and internal. Also, integration with the has to be done with data feeds and other parameters. So overall, the, uh, the technical feasibility is low. The risk is also lower than other stages because major data is used from global and through third-party systems. Employee acceptance is considered to be medium because the training will be required for tools like scenario test and others, but and also resolution teams will be required, but the training programs can be easily conducted. Now, understanding what's in it for JSW manufacturing team, effective relationship management with the supplier, reduced downtime and delays, supply chain continuity, and finally, advanced production planning, and thus effective use of resources. And finally, as for the sustainability part, we align with the sustainability goal 13, 9, 12, and 16, and with responsible production and consumption and also waste reduction.
Coming to the solution feasibility analysis, we have tried to do a cost benefit analysis of our solution. So as for the vendor management system, there is an initial investment of about 50 lakhs to 2.5 crores. And furthermore, amount would be invested in other mentioned parts. And the benefits would be that it would help us to reduce our compliance violation, logistics cost would be reduced, as well as labor cost and would be reduced, and our product quality would be enhanced. When it comes to digital twin system, the costs are mentioned as in the slides. So development and integration would require about 70 lakhs to 1.5 crores, and ongoing maintenance, training and onboarding, and digital twin technology licensing would also be other major costs. And the benefits would be reduction in disruption related costs, improved response to disruptions, optimization of resources, and ongoing resilience improvement. When it comes to supply chain risk radar, the cost would be for development and integration, which would be about 50 lakhs to 1 crore, ongoing maintenance, which would be about 10 to 15% of the development cost, and training and onboarding cost. While the benefits would be proactive risk management, swift response to any kind of disruption, and improved supply resilience.
So we have mapped a roadmap for the next 5 years. Talking about the first year, that would be just laying out the foundation and implementing the vendor management system and providing the training and adoption method for all the employees and all the vendors. Next is for the next year, we would be trying to improve the efficiency and automation by the optimization of vendor management system, and also at the same time subsequently implementing the digital twin system into the manufacturing team. And now for the third year, we would try to enhance the resilience and risk management. At this point of time, we would try to incorporate and implement the supply chain risk radar. At the same time, we would integrate the vendor management system with the risk radar. For the fourth year, we would be trying to do a continuous improvement and collaboration. The vendor collaboration system would be like for the higher utilization. For the last year, that is the fifth year, we would try to do an advanced resilience and strategic planning. It would go in the advanced risk analysis and mitigation system. So the major KPIs which we are targeting is divided into three stages. That is vendor management system, digital twin, and the supply chain risk radar. So for the first stage, it is compliance, rate improvement, cost saving, a reduction in the lead time, increase in collaboration events. For the next stage, it is reduction in sinter usage and cost reduction, and also decrease usage in waste generated. For the stage 3, it is a high detection rate up to 70% and reduction in risk resolution time. Also, there would be a cost saving from risk mitigation by 15 to 20% and a reduction in safety stock. Thank you.
So can you go to slide number 2?
Yes, sir. This is slide number 2, sir.
Not this one. The next one then.
This one?
No. Okay, so there's some place you had shown what JSW is doing.
This one.
Yeah. So where did you get this digitalization related information from?
Sir, mostly from the JSW presentations that are uploaded on the website. And also I did some research from the YouTube videos of JSW hire employees, in which they have mentioned all of these things about the smart steel factory.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. So what exactly is the innovation that you are proposing here?
So exactly the innovation we are proposing is that we want to overall make a resilient supply chain system. So from starting with the making up resilient vendor management, starting from the vendor management system, we want to make the overall supply chain even resilient from the global risk like pandemics or war or including natural disasters. So this is the overall innovation that can be done through Gen AI. So this is the overall innovation that we are supporting through our presentation.
All right. So where is this digital twin coming into picture? Because and how it is, because it is all over the place, the digital twin thing. Are you trying to mimic? So are you trying to mimic the digital twin of the entire supply chain into every component of it?
I would like to take this.
Yes.
So initially, we would make the digital twin of just the manufacturing process, as this is our prime concern area. But however, in the later stage, we would build an enterprise-wide metaverse and wherein we would integrate digital twin of different parts of the manufacture of the supply chain, namely distribution as well as warehousing, so that we can get enhanced visibility and as to what is happening at the distribution center and how much inventory do we have, so which will allow us to take any kind of actions so as to reduce any kind of a chain like bottlenecks or any kind of demand fluctuation if there is at the customer and so that it will reduce a lot of bullwhip effect, we can say, or during the pandemic or any kind of other issues that we might face. So this is a enterprise-wide metaverse would be a long-term thing, but initially we would try to build digital twin of the manufacturing process.
So
Also,
have you?
one just point? Yes, sorry, sir. Just wanted to add one point here that by adding this, the other components of the like stage 1 and stage 3 get more and more data into the digital twin. The results will be the scenario analysis results will be more proactive and more efficient. So that's something it is improving stage by stage in every year.
Okay. How big is a steel plant? Has any one of you visited a steel plant?
Sir, I have been to Durgapur steel plant, and it is around like more than 60 kilometers of the area. Like it is
So tell
a
me one
city.
thing,
Yes, sir.
creating a metaverse of such thing, how difficult, or creating a digital twin of every component or metaverse, is it a practically feasible option as stage one?
Yes, sir. So taking on to this point, just wanted to say that we in the digital twin system, we were only initially stage, we were only thinking of creating a digital system, the system of a digital twin of the center, since due to center the carbon emissions are high, then blast furnaces and coke ovens. So few critical components will be made. Yes, in the it is quite
Wait, why
large to
are you
create.
wait? What data
Yes,
is suggesting that Sinter has the highest emission or footprint?
No, Center doesn't have an highest, but we thought that we can start with Center and then Cocoa and then for blast furnace.
Then why don't you start with Cocoa and or blast furnace? Why do you start with Sinter?
The center, starting with center, centering the overall process of the during the it's like the starting process of the making steel from iron to steel. So that's why we got into it first. But we can just wanted to highlight that point that we have to create it from the critical components initially only.
So what screen you are showing here? What the screen is? Yes, it says digital twin on that, just top of it. So is it your digital twin?
It is the dashboard that is showing it is kind of the wireframe that we try to create.
For a digital twin?
Yes.
Have you seen what digital twin is or how does it work?
Yes, sir.
Where? Rishiraj, you are on mute.
So the image mentioned in the rightmost corner, most of the digital twins that we have researched upon on the internet, as far as
No,
our
I'm
research.
speaking about the platform because when I asked question, he went on mute. So, anyways, you can simply why don't you just solve the ERPs or simplify ERPs or integrate them with your systems and study them better or implement them better instead of doing a somersault of implementing a digital twin?
So we were trying to digitize the process at the most highest level. That's why we try to integrate it with the metaverse also.
Okay, all right.
Are we done with the question, judges?
Just one question.
Okay.
In your analysis part, maybe next slide. Next slide. Yeah, right side, stage 2. You have shown 0.5% reduction in center usage. What exactly you mean by that?
As far as I have researched, the center is the like the process of compacting the steels so that then no liquefaction can happen. So there are a lot of disadvantages related to it. So we would try to reduce it to like not a very maximum level, but for the first stage, it would be a quite lower number.
Yes, please check it. See, in integrated steel plant, higher
Yes.
usage of center is always advantages, not disadvantages. Maybe
Okay, sir.
probably you are looking at center fines, not center. I request you to check it from where you got the data.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Prakash.
Yeah, one question. The vendor management system, you said vendor management system implementation. How did you thought that without the VMS, the organization like JSW, they will run? Do you know what is your purchasing in terms of rupees? Would you have robust systems like SAP and River?
Hello. Hello, am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. We understand that with the vendor management system, yes, there will be available. We just wanted to highlight that with a simple vendor management system, if integrated with a generative AI, what can be additional features that can be come into picture? So that's why we wanted a vendor management system more highlighted. And also in that part also, there are different aspects of it, the like vendor compliance management, like big firms that also saw during my visit at Tata. So there were various issues that the people there were facing was the compliance of the various things that vendors are doing. If they are saying that we have 4 people or different kind of other compliance issues, related issues that they were facing. So that is something that I saw. So this can be the something integrated with ChatGPT. We can have additional features into the current one. So yes, there will be the vendor management system, but there can be the additional features that can be added into it.
Okay.
Any other questions, judges?
Maybe you can go to next presentation.
Okay. Thank you, team. Now we have team Suspicious Minds from XLRI Jamshedpur.
Share my screen.
Apish, please give the host rights to team Suspicious
Yeah, done.
Minds. Yeah.
Is the screen visible?
Yes, it's visible. You can start.
Sure. So, hello everyone. Today our team Suspicious Minds is here to present a case analysis where our objective was to build a technology strategy that could help JSW towards achieving its ESG excellence goals. So the problem statement given to us was broken down into 4 components, encompassing creating a roadmap for integrating digitalizations to enhance sustainability in the steel manufacturing industry. We had to come up with 3 practical applications of generative AI with steel manufacturing processes. Further, analyze the influence of technology on the workforce, examining both its positive and challenging aspects. At last, we had to explore the viability of use of hydrogen in steel production, focusing on its benefit and constraint. So first, we will discuss how digitalization can be integrated to enhance sustainability. At present, companies around the globe have been committed to sustainability and are proactively identifying initiatives for performing beyond environmental, social, and governance commitments. Further growth is expected in the long term to meet the demand for the steel from several key sectors such as construction and automotive industry. And as the steel industry moves towards a green steel manufacturing in India, the main challenge for the companies has been to come up with a plan that allows them to find a balance between the technical feasibility, business viability, and at the same time achieve their sustainability targets. What we did in our analysis was that we went for end-to-end value chain analysis from iron ore stage to the final steel product. Further, we tried to find the gaps in the processes where we could leverage technologies for digital transformation. Given the substantial consumption and alterations of natural resources, it is imperative to ensure that we achieve minimal defects in the process. This is essential for optimizing efficiency throughout the process and maximizing the utilization of raw materials. The techno-commercial assessment was conducted considering various perspectives, including technology, ROI, financial considerations, and resource capabilities. We classified each of the steel manufacturing life cycle based on the economic and the technical feasibility of integrating advanced technologies such as low, medium, and high. From this analysis, we realized that digitalization would be more impactful in processes like quality control and product manufacturing besides the iron ore and steel making stages. For example, under quality control and product manufacturing, advanced technologies like AI can play a pivotal role in ensuring superior quality assurance. The incorporations of blockchain technology enhances supply chain visibility, facilitating the tracking of products through a transparent and traceable network. This dynamic integration not only reduces the defects, but also elevates the overall product quality. To implement such advancement, strategic investments are directed towards AI system, cameras, and implementation of blockchain technology. Successful executions requires a skilled workforce, including quality control experts, dedicated blockchain administrator, highlighting the importance of targeted training program for optimal utilization of these innovative solutions. Now, we will look for different generative AI use cases in the steel industry. How can we use generative AI models for real-time prediction of equipment failures and maintenance requirements in the steel manufacturing? Implementation will start from data integration. Here, we will gather historical equipment data from diverse sources, including maintenance records, sensor readings, and production logs. We then proceed to clean and pre-process the data, ensuring it aligns with the format compatible with the generative AI model, and further integrate the historical data seamlessly with the real-time sensor reading to establish a comprehensive data set. For ML models, we shall train this model on the gathered data to understand its inherent distribution, enabling the generation of synthetic data, and evaluate the performance of this trained predictive maintenance model on a separate test set to ensure its effectiveness. In predictive maintenance, we would proceed with the integration of trained model into the production of predicting equipment failures and maintenance needs, and issue alerts to the operation teams when the predictive maintenance model anticipates a potential equipment failure. Besides that, providing preventive maintenance recommendation to the operation team to proactively avoid equipment failures, we can utilize generative AI model to explore diverse equipment settings and simulate their effects on the manufacturing process, and assess the stimulated outcomes to pinpoint the most effective equipment settings for improved efficiency, and come up with a recommendation for implementing the optimal equipment settings. For integration purposes, we could establish and execute procedures that would promptly respond to alerts and suggestions from the predictive maintenance model. Effectively applying all these measures will help to boost overall operational efficiency. Now, navigating the integration of cutting-edge technologies such as generative AI into the systems comes up with inherent challenges. We have conducted analysis of potential risk and corresponding mitigation strategies. Based on the likelihood of risk, we have classified each risk under low, medium, and high, and the same goes for the impact this risk can have on our implementation plan. We need to deploy robust data security and privacy measures encompassing encryption protocols, stringent access controls, and establishment of comprehensive procedures for regular auditing and monitoring. We shall formulate and enforce ethical guidelines governing the utilization of generative AI. These guidelines should encompass best practices for data collection, preparation, model training, and ongoing evaluation to address and mitigate any potential biases or misuse. We need to ensure the prioritization for transparency in the use of generative AI and ensure responsible deployment. We need to conduct routine assessment, proactively update the mitigation plan as necessary to sustain and enhance customer trust. At last, beside that, we have to conduct a meticulous evaluation, including a cost-benefit analysis while implementing generative AI. Now, what are some benefits that could be derived by implementing this model? This will help us to effectively mitigate unforeseen downtime and ensuring a continuous and uninterrupted production flow. It will help us to come up with those static adjustment to parameters which will contribute to heightened production efficiency, and thus the reduction in downtime and the implementation of efficient settings shall directly translate into notable savings in the operational cost. Now Rahul will take over.
So now we come to the second use case of generative AI. In the second use case, we will discuss how generative AI models can be used to implement data-driven strategies that will optimize the energy consumption and minimize emission during the manufacturing process. So first of all, we will look at the implementation model, the steps that will include in the implementation model. First, the real-time data analytics. We would like to gather real-time data from sensors and various sources across the steel manufacturing process. Then employ the generative AI model to analyze that real-time data, proficiently identifying patterns and relationships within the manufacturing process. Second, the process adjustment part. Further, the real-time data that we have collected will be used to gather insights to formulate energy-efficient process adjustments. These adjustments might include modifying equipment settings or adjusting the composition of raw materials. Also, we can employ the generative AI model to stimulate and evaluate the potential impact of the proposed process adjustments. Now, as I've talked about collecting the data, now we are coming to emission control strategies. We can leverage real-time data analysis insights to pinpoint emission sources and devise strategies to reduce further reduction to reduce the emissions part. These strategies could encompass changes in the manufacturing process, the installation of pollution control measures, or the adoption of cleaner energy through AI model to stimulation and assess the potential impact of proposed emission control strategies. Now, the renewable energy integration. We need to identify and utilize generative AI model to diverse scenarios for integrating renewable energy and assess their impact on overall energy consumption. Last step will be the sustainability alignment. Under sustainable alignment, we have to establish and execute procedures to align the optimization of energy efficiency and emission control with sustainability goals. This may include setting targets for energy consumption as well as emissions, with ongoing monitoring of the progress toward these targets. Leveraging generative AI to model the effects of sustainability strategies on overall environmental performance. Now, as my fellow teammate told, with these implementation models, use cases also come the risks and risks. So we have to see the how what are the various risks and what are their impact likelihood and how we can mitigate them. First, a risk will be the process adjustment as the safety part, whose likelihood will be the medium. We would need to conduct in-depth analysis, in-depth safety assessments by consulting experts and utilizing AI for comprehensive safety simulation. Ensure rigorous testing is performed before the scale adoption of the system to guarantee its safety and as well as the reliability. Next, the emission control strategies, whose impact will be medium. Truly assess the overall impacts, simulate extensively with the AI models, implement carefully with the continuous monitoring, and periodically reassess for ongoing improvements. Third risk will be the renewable energy integration. Collaborating with renewable energy experts, pilots, testing, and thorough feasibility studies, comparing stimulated results with real-world data. Now, as we include the sustainability alignment part, for that, we would like to see constantly update our sustainability goals, monitor performance, and adapt procedures in response to the changing objectives. Now, I would like to see the benefits part of this implementation model. Cost savings, we can drastically reduce energy costs through efficiency improvements. For sustainable alignment, it will help us to achieve the sustainability goals, especially in the pursuit of green steel production. So showcasing a dedication to environmentally mindful practices. Then coming back about the operational efficiency part, we can it can help us in making workflow smoother and optimizing the use of resources. For the environmental impact, as we talk about minimizing the emission parts, which can actively contribute to a cleaner and more environment-friendly operational footprint. Basically, the tools required for implementing this model will be real-time data from sensors, data preparation and cleaning tools, as well as generative AI models and tools. Now, my another teammate Vipul will take over.
Now, now, third use case of generative AI, design efficiency. Design efficiency in the steel industry is essential for optimizing material usage and accelerating product development, enhancing structural performance. Just like the other industries are doing, like in aerospace, Airbus uses generative AI to design lighter and more fuel-efficient aircraft parts, reducing production costs and emissions. To implement this, you will need specific data in each step. Like in performance requirement, you'll need test data specific to the performance requirement of the customers, like strength, ductility, based on the applications that they are going to use the product for. Along with that, you'll also need the environmental conditions in which they are using the product. Specific sustainability goals for the entire life cycle of the product can also be mentioned so that the sustainability goals of the company can be maintained. Along with that, we have to find out the material combination. For that, the AI model to be trained based on the database of the steel alloys and manufacturing processes. And this model will give the material combinations based on the required performance that the customer wants. Now the design prototype. So based on the material combinations and the applications of the product, generative AI will generate optimal design based on the requirements that we have mentioned. After the design prototype, we'll evaluate the prototype model based on its strength and ductility, and also the entire life cycle components of the design. Driving force behind this implementation are its benefits. It will speed up the development process that will reduce our product cycle time. Material waste would also be reduced through the optimal material selections. It will help us to create the customer products tailored to the specific performance and their applications. Risks to implement this product and its mitigation strategies will mainly focus on high likelihood or high impact risk. High impact and medium likelihood is the problems that may occur in the evaluation and testing steps of the implementation. It may be due to the lack of updated testing methodologies or the faulty data fed. So mitigating strategies in this can be constantly update the testing methodologies based on the industry standards, technological advancements, and refine the assessment model. High likelihood and medium impact would be the availability of the materials, as there may be the case that we may not have the required materials to diversify the material source and exploration of the alternatives, possible import connections, and stay informed about the emerging materials would help us mitigate this. Next slide.
Guys, you have 5 minutes left, so plan accordingly.
So, like how the technology will impact the human workforce in the evolving landscape of the digitalization and the generative AI will have a transformation impact on the workforce. Recent survey indicates that the 70% of the steel companies are planning to invest in generative AI. However, embracing these technologies, focusing their investments in critical areas such as manufacturing, quality control, and maintenance. So generative AI is anticipated to automate up to 30% of the tasks by 2030. However, this also raises concerns about job displacement among the workforce, with 43% of the industrial workers expressing apprehensions about the automation of their roles. What could be the major impact of the technological transformation on employees? Automation and job displacement. During the transition, it is important to have a supportive policies and flexible work arrangements for the smooth transition process. Upskilling, conducting a thorough skill gap analysis is crucial to inform strategic upskilling and reskilling initiatives. Aligning these efforts with the company's objectives ensures targeted skill development and optimizing workforce capabilities. Integration is the third challenge. Addressing integration challenge involves communication with the workforce, instilling a motivation for learning at all hierarchical levels, establishing a platform for employees. Positive impact could be like data-driven decision making, new job roles, and improved safety through automating the hazardous tasks and providing real-time monitoring of the equipment. Technological transformation strategy could be like to foster trust and address concerns. Steel companies should actively involve employees and stakeholders throughout the AI development process, regularly and eagerly ensure that the diverse perspectives are considered. Steel companies should leverage AI as a development to human workers rather than a replacement. And also, steel companies must actively work to ensure fairness and impartiality in their AI systems. Next slide. Green hydrogen. The steel industry is responsible for around like 240 million tons of CO2 emissions annually, and we expect this to double at an exponential rate by 2030. As it contributes 12% of the total CO2 emissions, and it can be reduced highly by the use of the hydrogen. So use of hydrogen not only can reduce the CO2 emissions, it can improve energy efficiency, but also increase the quality of the steel produced. The process, like in the process, we have shown that where the CO2 is formed is there we are using the coke to reduce the iron dioxide. And in this process, we are trying to use hydrogen to reduce the iron dioxide to reduce the creation of CO2. There are mainly three processes to use hydrogen as a reducing agent, in which some of them are in development phase. So H2 direct reduction of hydrogen. In this method, H2 is used of coal to reduce iron ore to iron. Advantage of this method are significantly lower CO2 emissions compared to blast furnace. Produces high quality DRI for EAFs, can use various iron ore types. Risk associated with this process is relatively high cost compared to blast furnace due to the construction of the new facilities. Advanced equipment is required. Limited scalability for large scale production. This method, commercial adoption, is in early stage. Second method is the plasma reduction method. Plasma reduction method uses plasma arc to melt and reduce iron ore in a single step. Advantages of this is highest potential for the CO2 reduction, highly efficient and fast process. Risk is very high energy consumption due to the plasma generation, complex and technological challenging. Requires large scale renewable energies. Blast furnace with H2 is the third process. So H2 can be blended with a natural gas or other fossil fuels that are currently used in the blast furnace. And depending on the hydrogen it blends, it will reduce the CO2 formation. So advantage of this is like lower CO2 emissions compared to other, lower cost than other different methods, less energy intensive. Risk associated with this, they have a limited CO2 reduction potential compared to other options, and it requires significant hydrogen infrastructure development. Key takeaways is cost-effective technology would be using H2 blend into the blast furnace as it can be implemented with the existing technology. But it depends on the objective of the company, whether it will help them to get the required objective of the CO2 reductions in the near future. Second process is direct reduction. Using direct reduction as it requires less impure ore with more than 60% of iron content that is not much of quantity available in India. So it also requires high energy, high renewable energy. But if we use non-renewable energy along with this process, will produce approximately same amount of CO2 and will not have much of the benefits if we use non-renewable energies. So development the renewable energy is also essential for the process. Plasma reduction process is still in research phase and people are researching on this so that it can be a future technology for the hydrogen reduction. Thank you.
We can have the Q&A session.
Okay, I will start. So you just go to your value chain you have shown previous slides.
Sure. Yes.
Maybe second slide, value chain.
This was what the value chain. Yes. Is it visible?
No, not this slide. Value, you mentioned value chain in the bottom.
Yeah, it is there, sir. Value chain. Sir. Or you want this slide?
No, previous.
Previous one, right? Okay.
Yeah, here just. So you mentioned the risk at low, medium, moderate, and high, correct?
Yes, sir.
So how you arrived at categorizing either, for example, quality control and product manufacturing is in a high category. How you arrived at that?
I think you are asking about this slide here, sir.
Yeah, I'm asking on this slide only.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so based on the probability of that event happening, sir, first of all, we have classified all those risks based on two parameters, the likelihood of the risk and the impact of the risk. For example, if you are talking about increased cost, we know that when you are going to implement the AI technologies or any other advanced technologies, it is going to increase the cost. So the probability will be high, and the probability of it happening is also quite high, and the impact will be high. So if both of them is high, we have classified them as medium, or let's say high. If say likelihood of happening is very low, impact may be high. So we have classified them differently. For example, the negative impact on the customer trust. So based on our using AI technologies, will not have a huge impact when it comes to the customer trust. So they have classified that as low. The impact will be high in case if it happens. That's classified as differently. So this is how we have gone for the analysis.
So you mean to say slide this 1 by 2, 2 by 2, 3 by 1 by 3, 2 by 3, 3 by 3. The outcome is the slide.
Yeah. So these are the risks for each and every use case that we have justified here.
Go to next slide. 2 by 3.
Yeah.
Two by 3. Next slide.
2 by 3. Right.
Yeah. Here you have shown this emission control strategy. As per your explanation, impact on the risk is green, means it is low, right?
Emission part, sir.
Just a
Sir.
second.
I think slide.
No, just hold on the 2/3. Generative AI 2/3.
Yeah, it is there. So yes. Yes, sir. So based on our understanding, the impact will not be very high.
One minute.
When we are
Please
using
don't
AI
skip the
technology,
slides
the
when we are
emission
asking the
control.
slide. No, you please be on the slide. I just want to understand serial number 2, right side. Emission control strategy. Impact of risk is green. It means low, right?
Yes, sir.
So is it low? Impact emission control strategy, emission control risk, is it low? Impact.
So what we thought while doing the census is that, for example, when we were implementing this advanced technologies into the system, so it will only enhance and it will reduce the control emissions, right? So it is not going to further exaggerate that problem. So based on that, we have classified as a green.
Okay, I'm not clear anyway. Okay, in one more slide, you mentioned BF blending with the hydrogen, where you have shown Nippon steel. So why the Nippon steel there? BF with H2 blending. Company Nippon steel.
Company that are using that technology.
So Nippon steel is already using hydrogen blending.
They are like in the initial stage of like, they have not developed the technology. They are just in the initial stage of doing it.
So initial stage means what exactly you mean?
They're developing the technologies, like it's in a prototype.
So from where you got the information?
On the net, sir.
Okay. The benefits, whatever you mentioned in the previous slide, some of them at least you could have quantified, because all are statements, not exact benefits. So like your previous presenter shown, at least some of them you could have potential benefits you could have quantified. That is a suggestion. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Shall I? Okay. So can you go to your first slide? First or second slide, I think.
This slide?
One before, and before that. Yeah, here.
Yes.
It is not clear how you have. So is it now, is it based on how you have mapped this low technical feasibility?
Yeah. So for example, sir, let's say if we are trying to implement the AI technology, right? So if we look at the value chain, the raw material sourcing, it starts from raw material and sourcing and mining, right? Then it goes for processing, and further we work on development of and manufacturing of steel. So what we thought was that to bring a change and to introduce a new technology at this initial phase of raw material and mining, which itself is very expensive and requires a lot of research and all. So based on that feasibility, we decided that to integrate the new technology, it is easier on the later
Did you
stages.
not refer to any existing solutions that are there in the market? Because again, workforce safety and training, you have put it low economic viability and technical feasibility.
So the color code that we have done, sir, is based on the stages that we have mentioned, not based on the training needs. For example, what we have mentioned, it is under the training need. It's not for overall thing. It's about the stages that we have mentioned here, the life cycle stages. So example, let's say if we are mentioning this this quality control and product manufacturing. So when we are highlighting that in the different color, we mean to show that under this process, the chances of implementing the new technology or advanced technology is much more as compared to doing, let's say, in raw material sourcing stages.
You have not done research. Workforce safety and training, I think I'm seriously not able to understand why it's low. In fact, what can be done in mining or raw material is there, or what things are happening in mining.
Yes, so workforce safety that we have talked about here, that is across all the stages, right? For example, let's say when you are doing the mining thing or raw material sourcing, there also you need to ensure the safety and all. So that will be considered throughout all the stages, right? What makes different these stages is the kind of technology and the skill set that is required under those each different life cycle stages. For example, in raw material sourcing, you require skilled laborers, right? Whereas in case of, let's say, just workforce safety and training, is just that when you're introducing any new technology in any new organization, you want the new workforce, new people to know what the technology is all about, how they are going to implement, because that creates trust, right? So that is why we have kept that like this.
You seriously need to revisit this. Anyways, so what is the valuation? Because if you could go to the next slide. Yeah, this slide as well. Yeah, one more, please. Overall, because what? Yeah, go to the next one. Yeah. So what do you mean by generative AI? What is generative AI? No, stay on the previous one.
Which slide? This slide.
2/3, the green manufacturing thing.
Okay.
Anyways, you can stay anywhere, but yeah. So I asked you a question.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. What do you mean by generative AI? What is generative AI?
So generative AI is basically any advanced new technology, let's say.
Who are you asking
Give you
an answer on the right side?
Sir, yes, sir. Yes, I'm replying, sir.
No. Whom are you asking for answer or checking for answer on the right side?
No, sir. He's my teammate, sir. Vipul Vijay is only here. So I just was asking whether he was going for that question.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
So generative AI, sir, is any new, let's say, advanced AI technology where you can get outputs in terms of, let's say, words, images, and all those stuff. For example, ChatGPT is a generative AI where you can put your queries and that will give an output in terms of any text, images, and all.
So what is the difference between
And these
AI?
are all, and the, yeah.
So what is the difference between AI and ML?
Sir, just a second, sir.
Okay. So what AI or what level of AI would be? Is it so what is the difference between ML and DL or machine learning and deep learning?
I'm not sure, but I think
mainly in machine learning, you have there is a source of data, and that data is used to train the model. In deep learning, there are various nodes in between that you don't know about that will provide more efficiency in the technology. Deep learning is kind of there are many nodes in between, and based on these nodes, there would be an outcome.
So what is the relation between generative AI and AI, ML, deep learning, LNN, ANN? Is there any relation? So what is the difference between generative AI and AI?
Based on my understanding, generative AI will be a subset of AI.
What value addition? Because generative AI comes with additional cost. Any company who is selling generative AI, they ask you more money on top of their AI models. So what value addition is, I would have here by paying more money to that Gen AI company or Gen AI product on top of AI model. Or if I could do this, I might not even need to go to AI. I can do it with maybe advanced analytics. What value addition generative AI is adding here?
So basically, on my understanding, generative AI, after learning from the algorithm, it can create our own models and provide more efficiency. It can learn from the previous models. It provides a network effect. The ChatGPT is there based on the queries we put in.
So what is the value addition that generative AI is bringing in this specific example of green manufacturing? Okay, I'll pass
What
it.
mentioned is
Anybody? Okay, thank you.
Are we done with the questions, Aziz?
Yeah, we already time out. We can look forward for the another presentation.
Okay. Thank you, team. Now we have Team Steel Aces, IIM Lucknow. Tavish, please grant the host rights.
Yeah, done.
Is our screen visible?
Yes, Abhishek, it is
Yes,
visible.
Abhishek, it's visible.
Okay. Yeah. Should we start? We are good to go. Judges, let us know whenever
Yeah, please
you
start.
are.
I think there might got stuck. You please start. We'll check.
Okay. Okay, sure. Hi, warm welcome to everyone. I'm Abhishek and I have Ayush and Abhinav with me, and we are Team Steel Aces from IIM Lucknow. So before we wanted to look at scope of solutions, we deeply wanted to understand what is exactly happening in the industry in India as well as globally, and then jump to the three facets of the problem statement provided. So we did extensive research before to kind of understand what is the best practices in India, especially benchmarking Tata Steel, and also globally studying ArcelorMittal and Nippon Steel. Our research yielded that in order to drive sustainability, we need to understand the operations unit-wise across steelmaking value chain, and then bring novel interventions that will make JSW a futuristic steelmaker. So to keep our solutions focused and apt, we are keeping JSW's Vijayanagar plant as our base of reference to quote figures and suggest relevant impact. The plant's capacity to produce 12 MTPA currently and around 800 plus megawatt power generation can be very well optimized through sustainable interventions and AI integration. Vijayanagar plant, as you all know, is a primary steel making plant, which is different from the Western process of secondary steel making. So what it does is, because of prevalence of ESG issues faced by steel producers in West, which are nascent stages in India, other developing economies, ESG initiatives can be profoundly found in plants in West. So benchmarking globally, global solutions would not make sense. We need to kind of look at very innovative internal solutions. So let's start with a brief summary of our targeted elements, and later we'll jump on specific elements. Breaking up the value chain phase-wise, if we look at the upstream on the left, we deep dived into each of the units. Looking at the coke plant, sinter, pellet plant, and BF Corex and DRI processes, the central theme came out was that carbon savings at coke plant and iron making units contribute of more than 60 to 70% of carbon in the steel value making chain. Our research and solution ideation accounts to saving 0.4 tons per TCS of carbon emissions. In the downstream units, which is in the center, most of the inefficiencies lies in the scheduling and sequencing part, and the process turns from continuous to batch processes. Generative AI can be used to bring these processes in line and enhance efficiencies of the process by leaps and bounds. In the whole process, the Outset Energy Management Center plays a central role in managing and distributing the energy sources, namely byproduct gases like BF gas, LD gas, coke oven gas, to utilize 100% of the internal energy availability. Post our calculations, we forecast to make an overall impact on EBITDA of around 7,000 crores, curb CO2 emissions by 0.4 tons per TCS, and reduce water consumption by 0.4 meter cube per TCS, and enhance power generation by somewhere around 18 megawatts annually. So looking at the first issue at hand was to drive sustainability in JSW by digitalization. So definitely it has three pillars, E, S, and G. And we wanted to start with environmental first. So we looked at KPIs which govern the environmental rigor of the steel plant. One of the main KPIs was specific water consumption, SWC, and by ideated smart cooling towers we can curb the specific water consumption by 25%. So deep diving into the solution, we looked at the status quo of JSW's current SWC somewhere around 2.44 meter cube plus TCS, and we target somewhere around 2.21 meter cube per TCS. In order to look into this, we analyze the usage of water across steel value making chain. From the waterfall, we can say that 60 to 70% of water is consumed in cooling towers, which is primarily used for cooling equipment used for handling hot metals. Hence, we focus understanding cooling water consumption patterns across integrated steel plant. So in the contemporary way, a cooling tower to recirculate water acts as a medium of cooling. The operation is mostly manual currently. The cycles of concentration, which is shadow of the efficiency, is targeted in our solution. The result is scaling in loss of heat and in turn capital losses as well. The idea we propose is of smart cooling tower, which is used on automated and digitized sensors, which deploy smart sensors and control valves, which measures TDS and TSS, and in turn optimizes freshwater consumption and the blowdown water as well. Coming to the next part.
Next, we move on to social interventions to drive sustainability through digitalization. JSW has a target to reach 1 million plus people for upscaling through various measures. One of the measures to reach maximum people and help them in training and manpower is through augmented reality and virtual reality in industrial training. This AR and VR assisted training is also currently being used in Indian Army for the Agniveer program to cut down the training time of newly recruited short service soldiers called Agniveers. The army is using this type of training for combat battles also. This solution can be applied in training of industrial workers. As we also contacted people in steel training plants and found out that people are not straight away ready after training to work in real life conditions. AR and VR can be used to simulate the actual working conditions and train people more effectively in welding, crane modules, and other industrial skills required in the steel plants and industry. This will also help in skill upgradation and provide highly employable youth to the industry, covering multiple industrial trades. Various benefits of AR are enhanced safety as the need to work in hazardous conditions are reduced, minimum material wastages during training, high precision in the real life situations, and reduced defects by 50 to 60% in the actual making processes. Also, we will be able to provide faster certifications to the candidates with this process. This would also help in reaching the target of 1 million plus people. Training time is reduced by 75% and will help in improving local outreach. This will also increase women inclusivity as they will also be able to take part in quality trainings, also leading to more effective learning and development in the industry. Next, in governance, in terms of sustainability, refers to the rules, processes, structures that a company has in place to ensure that it is managed and controlled in ethical, transparent, and accountable manner. We proposed a dynamic risk register which will take care of all the issues that jeopardizes the ESG KPIs of the plant. These issues will be collected and mapped to early warning indicators and KPIs which will be linked to active instruments. So before the processes exceed prescribed limits, the dynamic risk register will inform concerned authorities or take corrective actions wherever possible. For instance, looking at an example of sinter plant, which is one of the most dust emitting unit in an integrated steel plant, this DRR will actively monitor the dust emissions from the chimney and will throttle the process automatically if any parameter goes out of bounds. This will also help in correcting the processes before state authorities come into the picture, like CPSB or SPCB. The same dynamic risk register can also be used and have applications in the plant where preset levels are fixed for better monitoring and control. Installing these systems at all sites will also enhance the certification of responsible steel certifications of JSW. They can also implement dynamic risk register with suppliers and achieve JSW Scope 3 emission targets in the end-to-end supply chain. JSW should target to integrate ESG performance of partners in procurement decision makings by financial year 30. Can you move to next slide? Next, we move on to apply generative AI for process enhancements in upstream and shared service utilities. First, we move on to the application of AI in distribution and planning. In the steel making process, coke plant is one of the major contributors for carbon emissions. In the CDQ process is done through air, as the facility is mandated to curb water usage in wet quenching of coke. CDQ process results in solution loss, which is turning of coke into unusable ash because of delays in charging of fresh coke and delays in discharging rate, resulting in overtime in the chamber. This solution loss accounts to almost 8% of the coke production. The problem arises due to the mismatch in supply and demand in the whole process. Generative AI can be used to bridge this gap and reduce the solution loss by 3%. Generative AI will be used for scheduling of charging buckets on the basis of earlier data, available coke and discharging rates. After few runs of AI, efficiency will also improve even further with the effective prediction of discharging rates for downstream demand. This will also optimize upstream coal stocking yards to manipulate coal mix required and optimize procurement and handling costs. Overall, it will also help to maintain consistent CSR. In the shared service and utilities, AI can be used to make complex operations across Vijayanagar plant more efficient. EMC handles energy distribution requirements of the plant. The EMC manages it at a scale to achieve overall efficiency. But manual interventions lead to less efficient distribution models for the usage of various energy sources like BF gas, LD gas, CO gas, and other industrial gases like oxygen, nitrogen, etc. to various areas across the plant. AI-assisted models can be used to determine the best usage pattern and increase efficiency. AI will also ensure efficient distribution of byproduct gases and increase gas-fired power generation, which in turn will reduce emissions. It will also manage in time ramp-ups and shutdown, increasing throughput and efficiency. This will also help in reducing losses at different stages due to inefficient processes. Overall, this tech intervention for JSW can achieve 17 megawatt power generation enhancement. Next slide.
Okay, so moving on to the usage of generative AI in steel making value chain. Moving on to the downstream part of the value chain, the central theme came out to be was of scheduling and sequencing. Since the process moves from a continuous process, which is in a blast furnace or any iron making unit, to batch process, which happens in batches in SMS and steel making units, there was a problem of sequencing and scheduling that we found out. That needs to be streamlined in operations across an integrated steel plant like Vijayanagar. As the process becomes more complicated as number of stakeholders increases, basis our research, JSW Vijayanagar has 4 blast furnaces, 2 Corex plants, 1 DRI, which feeds to 3 steel melting shops. So there are a lot of stakeholders involved in the process. This creates a lot of distribution issues and connecting hot metal to the steel making units as well as connecting steel to the caster becomes an issue. Current practice usually involves what we observed in the industry is manual decision of the operator while transferring the hot metal. And in JSW, we estimate that there's additional complexity involved to mix the hot metals arriving from different sources. So this is mostly operator-based and decisions are based out of static SOPs. Because of the manual intervention, there is a lot of scope in improvement of the efficiency of these processes. So in this process, we are suggesting 2 kind of technical intervention. The first intervention that we are suggesting is to optimize mixing of hot metal of multiple sources. Since JSW Vijayanagar has multiple iron making units like blast furnace, Corex based DRA and other plants. So optimizing the mixture of hot metal coming from these sources that can be connected to the requirements of each of these SMS based on the past and historical data. These recommendations will come from the uses of generative AI based on the past data, as well as if there is any new requirement from the customer in terms of grade and all, these processes can be adjusted to that. Also, sequencing and scheduling can also be planned basis optimizing the lifting temperature to maximize throughput of the caster. Also, optimum heat temperature will result in flux and microalloy optimization. The second intervention that we just suggest is the uses of generative AI to predict the arcing and treatment temperature of ladled furnace and BOF. As we know, BOF is a part of the steel melting shop where oxygen blowing is done in order to get rid of the excess carbon that is there in the hot metal. So usually this process is done basis some static SOPs and there are based on operator skill only. Based on the requirement of the grade that the plant is trying to achieve, as well as the condition of the hot metal and the quality, These data can be fed into a model, and based generative AI, the arcing time and the treatment time can be optimized and can be predicted. This will result in optimized electricity consumption as well as auxiliary consumption of utilities as well. For example, usage of hydrogen, nitrogen, argon, and oxygen. This has multifold advantages as manual intervention seldom provides efficiency. Both these interventions will result in around 2 to 5% enhancement in caster yield, or typically in the fashion of 2%. 5% savings in microalloy, 7 to 9% in flux, and power saving from ladle furnace. So this number of ladle furnace power consumption we got from a typical technology provider, which was around 50 to 80 kilowatt hour per ton. And this can be reduced to around 15% to around 40 to 52. The final impact of all these generative AI usages and technological intervention in steel making will help JSW achieve the target, their SEC target of 5.65 gical per ton, which is the specific energy consumption. Their carbon emission target of 1.95 tons of CO2 emitted per tons of crude steel, and dust emission target of 0.26 kg. Next, please. The next problem at hand was the usage of green hydrogen in steel making process. So we did extensive research on this front because green hydrogen is something that even Indian government is pushing for usage in industry, as well as there's a lot of scope of usage of green hydrogen in mobility as well. But we found some peculiar use of green hydrogen in steel making as well. By nature, hydrogen is provides a reducing environment, as well as it has a good calorific value as well. So the natural instinct would be to use it as a heat source, as well as it provides a reducing atmosphere. It becomes natural to use it in blast furnace. And moving on the logical ground, we also found that there's some amount of research, and there are some pilot projects being run which are using green hydrogen injection in blast furnace via PCI route. One of the pilot has already been done in Tata Steel during last year, and one of the blast furnaces there has used this facility there, and they have used this facility for some amount of time. So based on research, usage of green hydrogen can reduce the usage of coke inside a blast furnace, which will in turn reduce the whole carbon consumption by the steel plant. The main concern that we found during this research was the safety concerns of using this facility in the premises of blast furnace. Since blast furnace already operates at a very high temperature, plus if we are injecting it with since hydrogen is explosive in nature, injecting it with hydrogen has its own safety concerns, and it involves a high cost in order to overcome these resources. So this is one of the impediments that this technology currently has. We in order to estimate the financial viability of this project, what we did was we did some crunched some numbers and did some financial viability analysis. We estimated that the capital expenditure required to modify an existing blast furnace would be in order of somewhere around 50 lakhs, which will improve modification of the PCI lines, hydrogen storage facility, and getting those statutory approvals for storage of hydrogen. Or there's another route. There's also a startup these days known as OSIS, which provides you the option of building an on-site hydrogen making plant. So getting statutory approvals for these kind of plants would amount to around 50 lakhs. The cost of hydrogen, green hydrogen these days in India is on the north of around $3 to $4 per kg. And the cost of coking coal that it would eradicate is somewhere comes around 18 to 20,000 rupees per ton. And the CO2 saved per ton of hydrogen, as per quoted by technology suppliers, is around 20% based on the injection figures.
Sorry
So
to
we found that
interrupt.
this
You have 1 minute left.
we have only so this is not financial viable as of now, but the green hydrogen prices, if they are eased up to around 50 to 60 cents per kg, then this technology can be commercially adopted. Next.
Yeah. So coming to the human resources intervention, as mentioned earlier, that we definitely want to promote diversity and inclusion, and also confirm that the individual circumstances and intentions of female employees, considering that forms a larger part of the social aspect of ESG. To realize this dream, we suggest utilization of technology across two major themes. One is find core employees out of their capabilities to align with the new AI-assisted processes. And secondly, to assist and support employees which are incapable of improving on tech through our interventions. This can be done across three phases. One is definitely sourcing relevant skill set through educational institute and marketplaces. There are a lot of AI tools and AI startups which are kind of providing that solution. Then definitely internal upskilling, and then using technology to kind of match capability and job profile inside the plant as well. So we can start this by an enhanced mechanism by carrying an assessment across the plant, again using certain Gen AI tools or startup solutions, and use algorithms to sort in talent and repurpose their trainings, and then launch a company-wide tech campaign for the shop floor level penetration as well. Yeah, so this was our solution. Thank you for your patience, and we are open for questions.
Can you go to the slide 4? The CDQ process. Okay, you said the charging and discharging, if any inefficiencies are there, that is resulting into the lot of fines and all. That's true, but how do you address that particular issue? What are the probable causes for the scheduling mismatch?
Okay, sir. So, basis our research, what happens is CDQ is an ongoing process where hot coke is charged into it, and the after cooling process, cold coke is discharged, which is fed into the storage bins of blast furnace and other units which are there. So if there's any issue in the downstream, or if there's any breakdown, or is there any persistent issue in the demand side of the downstream part, then if we are continuously charging and discharging the same rate, if we are using it at the same rate, then the coke spends more time inside the cooling process, and by design the solution loss, which needs to be limited to around 2 to 3% or 4%, it increases and it goes to around 7 to 9% because of the mismatch between the demand and supply. If we are able to curb that gap basis information getting from the downstream plants as well, then we can probably manipulate our discharging rate and curb this loss.
Now, if you do that, then what happens to your power production? What happens to the boiler?
Yes. So I think the boiler in this case can handle fluctuations in amount of around 10 to 20% of the hot gas that is being charged into the boiler. I think they can handle it because the dynamic steel, the dynamic demand predicting discharging rate. This is one of the solutions that has already been mentioned on the internet by a solution provider, by a technology provider.
No, how does the
Minor fluctuations.
How does the generative AI help you in this particular case?
Yeah, so generative AI will help us decide the parameters that we are, for example, in CDQ process, as far as I remember, there's a gas circulation fan. So the command that we'll be providing to it, or the discharging input that we'll be providing to it, will be governed by the parameters that we'll be getting from the downstream units. For example, blast furnace or DRI, which are using our coke, our discharge that input will be provided basis the input from the process parameters that we are getting from downstream. And if there are any, and generative AI will decide what would be the rate, or what would be the discharge rate basis the historical data, as well as if there's any intervention at all is needed or not.
In this case, rather than investing in the AI, I will invest in the creating a buffer. If there's a possibility of buffer, because buffers are already existing in the process, I think bins and already are there. If they are also exhausted, then probably this process can help us curb the process inefficiency. Okay.
Okay, shall I go ahead, Sappa sir?
Very
Yeah. So continuing on what Sappa sir was asking, here, what value addition is Gen AI bringing in? I actually have this, I was going to ask this question for slide number 5. So what is the, so yes, so
Okay.
what value addition you are
So,
bringing using Gen AI that could not be done by AI?
Yeah. So AI and ML, for example, let's say JSW consistently gets the market order of around, let's say there are thousands of grids that JSW is producing. Out of that 1,000 grids, JSW is consistently getting orders of around 100 to 200 grids. We have a lot of data of how to process these steel grids, how to treat these steels, how to do the arcing of these steels. But we suppose we are provided with some new requirement. There's some there's some new amount of new grid that we are trying to produce. Then rather than going back into the circle and then making a static SOP regarding the same, GNAI will bring us the new SOP for that basis the data that we already have. So we don't have to go through all the loop. We don't have to do any new research regarding development of the grid. Basis our old process and the parameters that we are currently operating, we can get new set of data that will help us make the new grade of steel without having any quality loss in the first time. This is
So
the impact that generative AI is bringing on.
So you are running Gen AI algorithm only once, and then again you are putting to hibernation mode. How many times are you
Not
going
exactly.
to update the SOPs? You cannot update. You cannot update it every now and then, because
no, I cannot update the SOPs now and then. SOPs are static in nature because they are they cannot be upgraded very dynamically because the workforce cannot be trained on them that easily. But what we can do is every process has a level 2 system or the level 2 system which governs the basic processes. So that level 2 system can be trained basis the outputs of generative AI process that will be taking the data of the process that is being run, that is consistently being run, and the models that are being deployed in level 2 can be consistently improved basis all the process that is consistently being done.
So you're
So rather
saying that
than
on
you
level 2
looking at
system.
Gen AI
No, wait,
as a
wait.
Yeah.
I think it's there is some inconsistency. So you are saying that you are going to apply generative AI on L2 systems.
No. So there are two things. First is any new process that we are doing that will help train us. Second, improvement of L2 systems.
So what do you mean by improvement of L2 systems?
So so while deploying any L2 system, we often make some certain algorithms, and which often implies usage of AI or ML. But as plant conditions or as efficiencies drop with the age of plant, so there are certain parameters that needs to be tweaked every now and then. There are certain things that needs to be calibrated basis the current state of the plant. So generative AI, the second facet of generative AI will lead us to consistently improve our L2 system basis the current operational parameters of the plant.
Why do you need
We
generative
need not
AI?
change the algorithm as such.
No, why do you need to do? Why do you need generative AI? You can do that with AI as well.
We can do that manually as well, but generative AI would
No, so
render us
don't go to
ideas that we
manual.
can-
Wait. So I'm asking you a very specific question. You want to implement technology, we can do manually. We can just leave things as is as well. That's not the answer, right?
Yes.
That's not how you would answer. Yeah. So tell me one thing. Why do you want to go to generative AI, and what value addition generative AI is bringing in on top of AI-based systems? You deploy AI algorithms and it's done. Those can take care of it. There is a significant cost increment, incremental cost. If you are bringing in Gen AI tools, whoever is your vendor.
Okay, sir. So I'll answer this problem in two ways. First is even if we are using AI or ML, they only use our data, past data, and forms an opinion or puts a command basis that. Second, generative AI will help us fetch new avenues of improvement that cannot be seen by the data that is present currently. In that manner, because AI or ML algorithms, they just function on the static algorithm that we have fed them, and basis the data that the historical trends or the process that currently runs have, basis that it provides the decision. But improvement in the algorithm itself will be provided by generative AI in this. And because there are hundreds of parameters contributing to this, manual intervention is not possible in this case for improvement of each of the model.
You said you can do it manually.
But that's not possible practically.
Okay,
We
you
can
said
also
it,
do it manually also.
Now you're saying that manually it's not possible. Okay. So going to slide, I think 1 or 2, which is, so there was one mention. So which is the biggest scope for JSW steel? Because this, I see it is more focused on steel. So is it scope 1 emissions, 2 or 3? Which is the biggest? Of course, we need to look at everything, but which is the most complicated or complex thing, or which is the biggest contributor for JSW steel or any steel industry for that matter?
I think in steel per se, in steel industry, I think for a wholesome perspective, all scope 3 emissions should be our final target, so that we can curb the whole process, curb the dust emissions or curb the emission norms across all stakeholders.
What is scope 3?
Scope 3 includes all the dust emissions that are produced inside of the plant, outside of the plant, as well as all the stakeholders, the supply chain partners that the firm involves.
And then what is scope 1?
It just leads with within the plant or the process that the plant exhibits.
There was one statement, I don't remember who said it, but JSW should conduct some analysis of suppliers and the supply chain sustainability by 2030. So why 2030 and what exactly? So why 2030?
So we just laid down a roadmap. By 2025, they should conduct an internal analysis. Then, basis working on those the data that we got and the models that they might undergo and the developments on that, they should focus by FY30 to conduct this survey and analysis of all the of putting all these risk in the dynamic risk register by FY30, because it's also very humongous. So we laid down a roadmap only.
Have you checked any compliance norms, latest regulations by any of compliance agencies of Government of India or international regulating agencies?
With respect to ESG,
the
there's a
biggest rating
filing
agencies.
which is not,
Specifically pertaining to
no,
supply
not,
chain
sir.
or vendor. Okay. Okay, all right. That's it from me.
No, sir.
Yeah, since time is up, I will not ask questions, but please check one more time scope 3 emission definition. Okay, what you are telling is not. Please, you check one more time scope 3 emission definition.
Thanks a ton. Now we'll have a short break, after which we'll be resuming. Thank you all. Hi everyone, we'll be resuming in 2 minutes. Shall we resume, sir? Or shall we wait for Prakash Sappa, sir?
Yeah, we can start.
Okay. Next in line, we have Team Helios from IIM Lucknow.
Hi. I'm going to present the PPT.
Tavish, please grant him the access.
Yeah, done.
Sure. Just once, is my screen properly visible?
Yes, it's visible. You
Yeah,
can
visible.
start.
Thank you. So, good afternoon. We are Team Helios from IIM Lucknow. Myself, Somava Ghosh, is accompanied by two of my teammates, Shubham Saini and Anushka Grover. Moving on forward, because we know the steel making process is a very cost effective and also cost heavy and also pollution heavy process. So there is need for digitization in sustainability pertaining to steel generation points. Now to chart out the different pathways of digitization in sustainability, we are proposing three kind of use cases for the digitizations. So coming first to the reduction in time during process. So the reduction in time during process. So in the first process, what we chart out is the different stages that we have in steel manufacturing process. So for example, the raw materials is put into furnace, then comes primary steel manufacturing, secondary steel manufacturing, and finally casting. So the areas marked in red are basically the bottlenecks that we are trying to improve here. So for example, let us take an example. Let us take an example of charting process. So let me show you the entire steel making process, and we can explain it from there. So this is the steel making process that is currently being done. So the furnace is currently charged, then come melting, refining, tapping, and preparations. So basically, in the first stage itself, the furnace is charged. Now, till the charging process, all the raw materials are basically put on the furnace from the top. So the raw materials have to wait in line till the furnace is completely charged up. Whereas it may be possible that some other furnaces are already charged up, whereas and are not having proper kind of raw materials in them. So these kind of situations can be again faced when it comes to green energy. For example, there can be some kind of electricity which are produced by green methods and some kind of electricity which are produced by thermal power generators. So to prioritize the production through green generators, we can impose this kind of algorithms. So what we are proposing here is an online heat scheduler. Now, what does it do? Is basically combines different kinds of parameters to reduce this bottleneck and to improve a different kind of charting. So this can be illustrated from the below diagram that is present here. So let us assume there are 8 tasks that are to be performed. A1 is synonymous to A2, B1 is synonymous to B2, similarly for C and D. Now, suppose after B1, the component of C1 is busy. So what we can do is we can read out the whole components to C2, which will reduce the overall bottleneck. So this can totally improve the bottleneck reduction and hence the whole flow time process. Now coming to the next solution, we have the demand distribution among units. Now suppose let me take you through an example. So there, for example, we need to have a new kind of furnace, or for example, you have to decide on the output of a new kind of plant. So suppose that plant has to produce X unit of X tons of steel. Now this X tons of steel can come from different kind of processes. For example, there is BOS or basic oxygen steel making, and there is EAF or electric arc furnace. Now suppose among the X unit, we are producing Y tons from BOS and Z tons from EAF. Now how to decide how much tons to produce from which of the furnaces? Now each of these furnaces have each of these processes have different kind of pros and cons. So these pros and cons are not linear, so that we can't chart them on a graph and plot it out. So for example, let me give an example of heat itself. So heat can be manufactured by three processes: conduction, convection, and radiation, out of which radiation comes with temperature to the power 4. So it is not at all a linear process. Similarly for CO2 generation from different chemical reactions. So to ease out this and to minimize the trial and error method of distribution of tonnage among different kind of productions, we can use the digitization in today's world. So what we propose here is we propose here a particle swarm optimization algorithm or and colony optimization algorithm, which are which are in an umbrella term called as meta heuristic algorithms. So what this algorithm does is it takes in the overall cost function of the tonnage of goods to be produced plus the tonnage plus the cost function of the pros and minus the cost function of the cons, and then it generates the overall cost function which upon given certain kind of constraints can be optimized. Now the optimized solution will give us a value of y and z which will coincide with the pros and cons, and hence which will be the most efficient value that we'll be getting from the X ton of steel to be produced. Now we can also include different kinds of green energy or different kinds of other sectors into these calculations. These distribution among unit, these kind of algorithms are currently being used in power generation sectors, wherein we have to divide a certain unit, for example, 1,000 unit of electricity among thermal power plant, hydropower plant, or wind power generations. So this is already being used and has proven effective. The third use case we come across is the slag management. So in steel generation, as we know, slag management forms a major part of the steel generation unit. Now the slag is kind of high temperature mineral which is kindly dumped. So slag has different kind of usage, but majority of the slag is dumped into process. For example, in what slag is done currently, slag is cooled and then it disposed at some places. Now the disposing of at places is basically covered, but there are some kind of leakages sometimes, which basically pollutes the outside or the surrounding areas, which can affect the overall soil fertility as well as the crops that are being there. So it is overall polluting. So these slag, as you can see, what we propose is that, so we propose a whole flowchart of process. For example, the slag which we obtain from the steel manufacturing process can be discarded, or that is the second life of usage. Now the second life of usage, so what we do is we channelize the slag, and based on its temperature, based on its granularity. For example, slag can be actually categorized in three parts. There is air-cooled slag, granulated slag, and expanded slag. And for example, they have different kind of use cases. So these slag, based on these use cases, can be separated out, and then based on the new marketplace or the demand currently present in the across the country, these slag can be dissipated, and hence the slag management will be proper. So to chart out the usability of slags, as you can see, the slag, they have different kind of stages. The granulated stage is kind of very fast, rapid cooling quenching. So these stages are to be time taken. So what you can do is at different kind of stages, we can pull out the slag and you can use the slag for second usage. These kind of strategies for different kind of slag utility is currently being used in different countries. And also the characteristics along with application of different kind of slag minerals like CaO, MgO, or SiO2 is listed below. Now moving on forward, as we know that the steel manufacturing process or the steel remanufacturing process is a high cost taking process. So we need to have a solution which is cost effective, or which would give the company certain kind of profit. So moving on forward, we analyze the cost incurred in all those solutions. So the cost bracket that we considered are the application development and maintenance for the above sustainability solutions or the above digitization solutions. And then comes the secondary requirement, which is basically the resource allocations. The additional purchase, which is basically, for example, you have to prototype as a prototype of the model, and then there will be pilot model initialization to test the model on certain kind of known customers. So they will be providing us with the reviews, which will help us improve the product more and more. So calculating the overall cost of these kind of cost brackets, we come into a cost incurred to be around 2.79 crores. Now, these kind of solutions are prevalent in many of the industries today. And when upon secondary research with different kinds of people that are working currently in different kind of sectors, for example, automobile sectors, we came into a percentage that, for example, automobile sectors, the current test requirements is being automated. So after automation, they're able to improve their whole percentage of the task that was to be done in 4 months is currently being done in 1 or 2 months. So it completely reduced the whole percentage by 50%. So upon that, the return on investment has been calculated as the overall additional operating cost that was saved after implementing the solution, divided by the additional cost that we incurred. As we said, these kind of strategies have been implemented across the industries. As we can see below, there are in automobile sector, Bajaj Auto has implemented test case generations, which is automated currently based on the prior test or the prior units that we have consumed. And then comes Walmart, which has improved the supply chain and reduced its wastage. Similarly for P&G and Siemens. Now moving on forward, now comes the use cases of generative AI in steel manufacturing process. So how does generative AI? So there's the AI is okay. Like AI, what is AI? AI basically takes in past data, manufactures them, and gives out an output based on the past data. So basically, it analyzes the trend and it ignores or it takes into account the outliers. So what we do is here we propose 3 use cases, going on one by one. In the first use case, the generative AI-based maintenance scheduling system. So maintenance scheduling is one of the most cost-taking sectors of the steel making process. The maintenance cost, as found from our secondary research data, comprised of 10 to 15% of the overall operational cost, which is huge. So what we do here is basically what does AI does here? AI basically takes in the past data. For example, we have a data of the humidity versus temperature. So for example, in case of some area, in case of a furnace that is located in the coastal areas, the humidity would be high, and because of that, the maintenance schedule will be scheduled within 2 months. So we have this data based on which AI might predict, okay, so maybe it can be 2 months or 2.5 months. But what happens if there is some kind of environmental change? For example, there has been a change in there has been an earthquake that has recently come, because of there the humidity of the environment has increased because the sea level has increased, and hence the humidity has increased. So how do we take into account? So these kind of external factors would be taken into account by the generative AI. So generative AI would be a generative maintenance schedule considering those additional factors which might be ignored by the AI. So upon those, the operation schedule and the shutdown conditions can be generated. So as stated here, there are three conditions that are currently been implemented, and the processes. For example, the read the conditions and on the basic understanding of the condition, implement something, and therefore after that the output will be broadcasted. This basic understanding of the condition will be done by AI, but this condition and addition to that condition will be done by the generative AI. Now coming again to the second, so generative AI for alloy simulations. So this steel industry currently is subjected to high level of innovations, because there are huge competitions, and basis of that different kinds of chemicals or different kind of elements are fused into the steel manufacturing industry. Basis of that different kind of compounds are formed, which are different kind of properties. So what we propose here is that the chemistry of this whole process depend upon the mole ratio of the product. So this mole ratio of the product basically depends upon the raw steel, the secondary steel manufacturing process. The secondary steel manufacturing process comes in handy with two kinds of. In this process, we are taking into the two inputs from coming from two sides. So this whole chart can be divided into two pathways. One is when we have two elements, say X and Y, and we are designing a separate kind of materials using those X and Y. So as we can see from the output, we have three outputs from that: X2, Y3, X3, Y2, and X3, Y5. Now, what will happen is that generative AI has the element property of X. It has the element property of Y. So it can, up to a certain extent, given the temperature and the pressure constraint or the maybe the reactant constraints, so it can to a some extent decode what will be the property of this whole component to be formed. Like sulfur gives out a brittleness, or phosphorus gives out a brittleness to the component which is currently being used for crash bumpers of those cars. So there's kind of elemental property can be estimated by generative AI, and based on that it can give an approximate property of the materials which will be further tested. And what can generative AI additionally do? It can additionally include some elements upon itself. For example, include some components. So it has this whole periodic table. It has all the components that has been invented till now in its database. So what it will do is it will suggest a different kind of algorithm based on the property. It seems that it will fit, it will react well, and based on the new output will be generated, which might be good. Like in the fourth example, we can see that X2, Y 1.3 and Z 0.25 has been formed, which is luster and ductile, which might be a kind of demand for the current day. So what is the applicability of these kind of solutions? The applicability of the solution is that it will help us in penetrating new kind of market, or it will help us in addressing the customer demand directly. So suppose we have a sector of customer who wants a certain kind of element, a certain kind of steel for its production, for the construction activities. So that kind of exact steel will be allocated to that particular customer. So this is the use case that we find. Now moving on to the third use case that we have, the generative AI based test case generator. So this generative AI based test case generator, so now steel manufacturing process is a process which is directly reaching the customers. So these steels which are being manufactured have to be tested for rigor, and also should be environmentally and physically viable. So these have to undergo through rigorous testing to simulate the entire process in the short period of time. So, for example, in kind of hardware industries, like in automobile sector itself, when we inquired with people, the whole test process is simulated in a fast pace by increasing the temperature or increasing the humidity of the whole process, or maybe some other parameters, for example, vibrations also. Let me walk you through the flowchart here. So the process is given input. So there can be input, for example, there is high humidity process and there is high product persona. So if we put in the AI, if we put a generative AI, that like this steel would be used around Pondicherry. So now what generative AI will do is generative AI will list out all the temperature or the physical conditions that are currently there in Pondicherry, and what will happen, like what are the factors that will impact a house if it is constructed there. So upon taking those factors in, what it will do is it will list out some kind of test setup. For example, first step one is like it will generate the test condition. Like step one is heat the product at temperature of 48 degrees centigrade. Thereafter, salt spray test at 6.8 pH for 4 hours. Like to simulate the exact process in a shorter period of time, based on the area or based on the location or the condition it will be used in. So these test case generation can be done with generative AI, which will be fruitful for us because it will ultimately improve the product, and ultimately which will ultimately give a sense of secureness to the customers that are currently using it. Now Shubham will continue with it.
So moving on, we have made some calculations to understand the financial feasibility of our use cases. So implementation of generative AI usually requires a huge cost to incur. To understand the to analyze the financial viability of the solution, we would be incurring a cost of around 28 crores. Out of the 28 crores, majority of the amount, which would be around 23 crores, that would be sent to developing the new compound, and the rest 5 crores would be to improve the past processes. The revenue generated from the old process modification is estimated to be around 800 crores. This 800 crores were calculated that considering the fact that the new processes would tap in around 0.5% of the market, which we have taken a conservative figure based on the workforce management and new test case generation, etc. Next, for the second part of the new component generation, we are considering the algorithm to produce around 8 compounds a year and estimating a yield success percentage of around 30%, since the AI takes into account all the chemical compositions and all the properties of the material. After successful formulation of our product, the estimate is we are estimating a success percentage penetration of 0.2% market, which gives us around a 700 crores revenue over time. Since we are predicting 8 products a year and considering a 30% successful rate, we believe this 0.2% market penetration is a conservative figure. And over time, with the market penetration of the existing product and new product generation, this penetration would be increasing. Some new market trend in this area are, for example, USS has developed a MindMind, which is a AI-based app in partnership with Google. What they do is they simplify maintenance by letting the maintenance team members ask questions to the generative AI tool. There is a Gerardo, a Brazil-based steel manufacturing company, and all the data which they get from their production of steel manufacturing, they analyze that data using generative AI to devise the new strategies based on how to cut the production cost. So Mao, can you go to next slide? Next, moving on to the use of hydrogen in steel manufacturing. Presently, the iron ore, the current process is that the iron ore is reduced by either natural gas or coal, as per the below mentioned on the upper left-hand side reaction, which produces CO2 as a byproduct. Now, considering if we use H2 instead of coal, our byproduct would be water, H2O, instead of CO2. Now, to walk you through the various kinds of hydrogen, broadly, there are 3 kinds of hydrogen which can be used, which are gray hydrogen, blue hydrogen, and green hydrogen. The only difference between gray and blue hydrogen is that blue hydrogen also involves capturing and storage of the carbon, which is released as a byproduct. On the other hand, green hydrogen is produced by electrolysis of water, and the energy which is used in the production is also received through renewable energy. So it is almost a carbon neutral source of steel manufacturing. Now, green hydrogen further can be used in 2 operations. Firstly, in the current process, instead of using natural gas, the operations of green hydrogen are on the upper right. Instead of natural gas, H2 can be used as an alternative injection material to pulverized coal injection. This method can cut emissions by 20%. It does not cut a lot because the essential process like coking coal will still be used. The other process is H2 can be used as an alternative reductant to produce direct reduced iron, followed by heating of direct reduced iron in electric arc furnace. If the energy in this process can be supplied through renewable source, it will be almost a carbon neutral process. Next, understanding the operations of blue hydrogen. In this process, the released CO2 is captured in the pure form. Generally, the purity should be greater than 90%. This captured CO2 is liquefied and injected into underground geological formation, where it is stabilized under a cap rock. Basically, this captured CO2 can be further used in various industries like food and beverages industries. In the middle, we have shown some indicative emissions per kg of steel production for different methods. As you can see on the left-hand side is the conventional coal-based method, which produces around 1.87 kg of CO2. And on the right-hand side is the green hydrogen production method, which produces only 0.22 kg of CO2. In the bottom right is shown the future expected cost for green hydrogen and gray hydrogen. As per our view, currently the priority should be to invest in blue hydrogen production. Two main reasons for this is that first, the CO2 production can be decreased from 1.87 kg to 0.7 kg, which is a great step towards sustainability. And second, and most importantly, is its operation can be retrofitted with the current technology, thus minimizing overall cost. At the same time, green hydrogen, which is currently nascent state, should be done in the research and development for finding the future prospects of green hydrogen, which is currently, in our view, not financially feasible. Anushka will take over from here.
Next slide. Yeah. To address the effects of technological advancements and the proposed solutions on the employees, the implementation of new algorithms and tools will empower employees to enhance their skills regularly. And the introduction of digitalization, like the maintenance scheduling system, also streamlines production process, minimizing the idle time and boosting worker productivity. Efficient job scheduling reduces the bottlenecks, optimizing processes, and it also lessens the physical strain on workers, ultimately elevating the job satisfaction of workers. It creates a safe space, workspace for workers through the enhanced safety systems and the training programs provided to the employees. However, increased digitalization also comes with challenges, such as the reduced need of employees on certain tasks, since most of the time-consuming tasks will be done by the automation, reducing the need for the skilled workers on each task. A constant skill upgradation is also required. However, resource shortage pose a certain hurdle for the same, and women face this problem majorly because they have an extended adaptation period for the same. The balance between the positive and negative impacts can be covered via upskilling and reskilling programs, by conducting training programs, providing mentorship opportunities. The effort versus importance matrix guides our technology and system implementations done based on the long-term and short-term requirements of the company. So, for instance, the integration of technology and business processes and the supervisory control system, it can be done in the short term, since it also requires high effort. It can be done on priority basis. In our primary research, we examined companies like Bajaj Auto and L&T, which revealed the impact of employees, where Bajaj Auto constantly updates the work that employee does, and which is further analyzed during the time of bonuses. But the employees have mixed reviews regarding the same because of the privacy concerns. However, in L&T, workers are undergone training using the AR simulations for the emergency situations, and they are also equipped with safety gear and smart equipment. We also conducted focus interviews where Mr. Anand highlighted that employee data tracking aids productivity, and utilization of Gen AI also streamlines day-to-day operational tasks. Samapa. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So these are the literature review that we performed, and these are the two solutions that we proposed regarding the employee benefits. For example, decision-making tests, which are currently being, for example, in quantitative or qualitative basis, which can be improved further by using GenAI, and different kind of case-based tests can be included in them, which would ultimately incur better hiring. And also, the real-time data of the employees can be managed, which will ultimately remove the subjectivity of the managers into ranking or giving the bonuses to the employees. So these are the two solutions that we thought for the problems. One is recruitment quality, another is reward subjectivity. Thank you. We are open for questions.
We can have the Q&A round, judges.
Good presentation and quite interesting use cases that you have brought forward. The alloy simulation is really an interesting one. How have you assumed a product life cycle of 1 year that you can go live or go to market in 1 year? How much time usually does it take in current
Yes, sir.
status?
Currently, all the alloys that are being made have to be subjected to different kind of chemical tests physically before they are being validated. So what we have upon secondary research, what we have found out that each of the batch that is being made that is subject to different kind of tests, and upon if the tests are failed, then a whole batch is kind of remanufactured, kind of thrown out. So these actually test a lot of time, which incurs, for example, many years. But what we are doing is we are simulating the whole process in the computer. So all the alloys that will be made will be first of all simulated in our computer, and all the kind of tests will be performed. That is why we took a 30% of like feasibility test. So all the alloys that will be manufactured will be subject to feasibility tests, and upon that, suppose in real life, among those alloys, only 30% of the alloys are actually be formed. Rest all are generated by generative AI, and those are like those are myth. They can't be formed in real life. So based on that, we have assumed that each year will be manufacturing some alloys, and the rate will be lesser. The penetration will be lesser. They won't be going into the market.
Yeah, of course. 8 alloys per year is quite a high number.
Yes, sir. That is why, sir, like 8 alloys per year, but the penetration purchase is 0.2% only.
Yeah, even then it's still high. Because you need to gain customers' confidence, end users' confidence. They need to trust
Yes,
that
sir.
it's being used.
Out of 8, maybe some of them would be discarded because they would not be business viable. So that I believe that out of 8, we have taken 30% would be around 2 or 3 alloys, which would be successful for the business viability in a year.
Yeah, so it's a cycle. It does not happen over somebody sits on
Yes,
click,
sir.
click, click, click,
Understood,
and
sir. You
okay,
have
fine.
to.
This is going to be successful. It does not work out like that. Right. So
Yes, sir. But proper testing and validation regression should be done before implementation. Yeah. Sorry, sir.
No, I have no questions. My question is already answered. Prakash, you can.
It's okay. You can proceed for the next.
Yes.
Thank you.
Do we have any more questions, judges?
No. No.
Okay, then we'll go with the next team. Thank you, Team Helios. Now we have Team CBSE from IIM
Thank
Indore.
you.
Who's gonna present? Tabish, please give them the access. Team CBSE, is anyone there?
I can't find anyone from Team CBSE. I tried searching.
Okay, so have they not joined today? Tabish, could you please check with them? We'll wait for 5 minutes, and if they don't show up, then we'll be disqualifying them.
Hello, panel members and hi, students. Thank you. I would like to especially thank all the three panel members. I know it's been an exhausting day, entire day listening to 9 presentations. It's not easy. And thank you for committing yourselves for this presentation, the case study competition finale. Thank you very much to the panel members. Thank you to the participants also for putting in the kind of time and effort that you all have put in and the kind of data that you all have captured. It's kudos to you all. So I would say a big round of applause to everyone. So thank you very, very, very much. We would not be having the final team presenting because we have not received any reward from their end. So we have our top 9 teams. Before we end the day, I would request each of the panel members to, just share their few words of point of insights or how was their day, what did they feel. So I would request Mr. Prakash Sappa to start off.
Hi everyone. See, all the teams have put a lot of time for the study of the research. Particularly, there are some teams that the team. Can you specify the teams? Really?
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
No, can we specify the teams now?
No, we are not announcing that.
Okay, right, okay. So there are a few teams that devoted a lot of time for the in-depth research, and there are some teams they generally concentrate on the generic topics. Although there are a lot of value addition is there, but they are generic, not to the point. And the solution feasibility also, in some cases, it is there. And regarding the presentation skills, and all the teams, they did exceptionally well.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for those kind words. I would request Sai Rama sir to share a few words.
Yeah, good afternoon all. As my fellow panelist already mentioned, the presentation speaks about volumes of hard work and passion gone behind this important topic. You know how important this topic is, not only for JSW Salem, JSW Steel, but for the entire world, which includes you all. So this topic is very relevant. And thank you so much for putting a lot of efforts in bringing your presentation to this level. And as such, top 9 teams means it's a great achievement for all of you. So we will be seeing who is 1, 2, and 3. That is only number game. One thing I would like to mention is the questions, whatever from all the 3 panelists we put up to you. It's not that you made a mistake and we are trying to find a fault from that one. Either we are putting the question to understand ourselves, or we are putting a question to understand whether you understood the topic. Because many of you may not be from the steel industry, or definitely completely from the entire different industry. So whether really you understood the topic and you are putting on the slides or not, that's what we want to understand. And wherever here and there some small minor corrections, number correction, that's it. Okay, so take it in a very positive way, whatever questions we put up. And definitely it's a good learning platform, not only for you, even for us also. It is a very good learning platform because we have seen many creative suggestions given by all of you. So with that note, thank you so much for your passion behind this complete presentations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would now request Mr. Nikhil to say a few words. So I'm sure, you guys must have attended the webinar. In fact, he is the one who designed this case study. So he knows inside out about the case study. So Nikhil, please, few words from your end.
I know. I think, I'm overwhelmed with what study and the in-depth analysis that everybody has done. A lot of efforts. It's visible that, folks have put in a lot of efforts in there to make sure that they come out with really, really interesting insights. A few of the use cases were quite, were across all the presentations, but every team had some innovation or something new that they had to share. Everybody's thinking right from basic dashboards to blockchain, a lot of things. It's just really good to see young guys thinking about sustainability, because that's very important and what is at the core of every business these days. Yeah, one thing that I would like to share is maybe everybody has done a lot of analysis, but which again came out of all of these presentations was any technology, if it's not going to make any sense or commercial viability in today or in coming time. I did mention this thing even in the webinar, that that maybe is something that needs to looked upon for viability. But I think everybody has done that analysis. So good. All the best. Everybody was really good, because there were many teams, out of which now it's come down to 9 teams, and I'm sure that everybody is going to have a really bright future out there. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. With this, we come to an end to our grand finale of this case study competition. Once again, congratulations to all the top 9 teams. May the best team win. I would now request all the participants to, end the call, and I would request the panel members to stay on so that we can, finally do a debrief and come with a closure of who is the winning team and the runner-up team. As far as the participants are concerned, you all will get to know via Inside IIM the name of the winning team and the runners-up. So once again, thank you very much, and I request the participants to sign out, please.
And still 2 members are there.
Yes, team red to green, Purushottam, can you please sign out? Okay, all right. So we have the panel members. Yes, panel members. What do you all feel? Who is the winning team and the runners-up team? So just to give you all an update, the winning team, each of them will be getting, the candidates would be getting a prize money of 2 lakhs, and they will be given a PPI, where based on the business requirement, the HODs will interview the 3 candidates, and the best suited candidate, maybe all 3 or 2 or 1, would be given a job to come and join us after the MBA, which is next year. So that is what will be given to the winning team. And the runners-up team, each of the team members will get 1 lakh rupees as the prize money.
I see there are 2 teams, or one team which is first year. So they what happens with them? The last team is first year, right? Do we consider them in this whole process, or?
Nikhil, which one? The team 9?
Yes, sir. Team 9. Hellios.
Helios, that is the last team which presented, right?
Yeah, they're the only first year, and they're not, so they would not. So is it the same award that goes to them, or first year is a different category? I'm just trying to clarify that.
Yeah, they are first years. And what are the other teams?
Everybody else is second year. The last team, the CBSE IIM Indore, they did not join. Everybody else is second year. So.
You see, the second year, first year, I mean, that was mainly, it's for our understanding to see that the top 10 teams that have qualified, majority are from which year.
Okay.
So that's the reason we have kept that. That is, immaterial. We're not really looking at that. So, and however, it so happened that the last team is not qualified only, and it's only the second last team, which is first year. But if you think that
can we do one thing? Since we all individually scored already, so we will share the highest scoring teams. If commonly one team is there, then our job will be easier. Otherwise, we can deliberate.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Is it okay, Prakash?
Yeah, okay. No, in your opinion, what are the other teams? Instead, we discussing rather than doing the score.
See, as per my scoring, 3 teams got maximum score. Red to green.
Pardon?
Red to green.
Yeah, that is also in there my list. Okay.
Hellevators.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Omega. So they 3 means I have given same rating for all the 3.
So Hellevators is actually top scorer for me.
Okay.